All right. Good afternoon. Welcome to the May 14th Historic District Commission workshop. This is Christy Harpst. I am the program manager for the Charlotte Historic District Commission. And the first thing on our agenda today for the workshop is to hold a public hearing for the Johnston Building. And all the information about it is on our website. Let's see here. There's a big green button that says view nomination here. And we are holding the public hearing because we are a certified local government. And one of our responsibilities as a certified local government is to hold public hearings and review nominations to the National Register. We have to provide an opportunity for public comment, which we have done by providing the information on the website. We've issued a press release. We are accepting any email comments about it. And we have to do this within a 60-day comment period, which we're in. And so what we'll do is I'll just give the high points of the Johnston Building, and then the commission will be asked to vote on whether or not you support the nomination of the Johnston Building to the National Register of Historic Places, or whether you do not support it. And your vote to support will be sent to the State Historic Preservation Office and will be considered by the National Register Advisory Committee on June 12th at their meeting for about the Johnston Building. But the Johnston Building is in Uptown Charlotte, and it was built in 1924 with the additional 6 stories up here added in 1929, so for a total of 17 stories. It is right on Tryon Street, and let's see, it says it's being nominated under Criterion C of the National Register criteria. There are 4 different criteria that buildings can be nominated under, and this one, C, is that the property embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction and represents the work of a master or possesses high artistic values or represents a significant and distinguishable entity whose components lack individual distinction. So that last phrase is more for districts, but essentially the National Register nomination draft is as follows, and you can read all about the history, the significance, the important people associated with the building, information about the exterior and interior. Overall, the exterior largely retains its historic appearance, as you can see on slide 1. But the interior does have some changes. Overall, another term associated with National Register is integrity, and the nomination asserts that the building is an intact representative example of Beaux Art style skyscraper, and that it retains a high level of integrity despite the alterations. It was designed by architect William Lee Stoddard, and it has a great integrity according to the National Register nomination. So with that, we did not receive any comments confirming with JT. No comments were received. We also do not have any speakers signed up to speak. So at this point, I would open it to the commission for any questions or comments. And then if there are none, we can proceed with a vote to support this nomination or not. And as you know, just if this is nominated and does get listed on the National Register, tax incentives will be available for to support the redevelopment of this building. So Chair Hawkins?
Absolutely. Thank you, Christy. And commissioners, any comments regarding the Johnston Building? I do want to say, thank you for explaining, the fact that as a certified local government, that we have not the responsibility of not only maintaining and upholding the, historic district's, design standards, but also any other, historic properties that occur in the city of Charlotte, Mecklenburg, County. So thank you for that. It's an honor.
Right?
So if there are no comments from the commissioners, we'll entertain a motion.
So what I maybe jumped the gun. Maybe we leave the public hearing open until the end,
Okay.
just in case anyone calls in or decides to show up, and then we'll take a vote on the end. Would that be, I mean,
The end of
the end of the workshop?
workshop. Okay.
So like around a little before 1.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. So our next agenda item on today's workshop is we need to review some applications for new seats. So we have applications for the Hermitage Court seat as well as the Wesley Heights seat, given the ending of long-term Commissioner Parati, who we're so appreciative of all of your hard work and also your work in helping to identify a replacement, not that you can be replaced, but a new member for Wesley Heights. So we will start with Hermitage Court, and Ann Stanley is with us. Ann, would you like to join us up front and just meet the commission? It's just it seems formal, but we'll be pretty casual with this. Anne is an architect who lives in Hermitage Court and has for a number of years. She and I had a great conversation about a month ago, and Anne shared a lot with me about her past experience with historic districts and being on boards and commissions. And so I would just like to welcome Anne. And if you would just turn on the mic to green, I'll just turn it over to Chair Hawkins if you have anything you'd like to say or talk to Anne about.
Hi, Ann. Thanks for joining us here in person. It always shows the level of interest and prospective commitment when we do have the opportunity to meet in person and for you to see the commission in action. So just happy to hear more about your time in Hermitage Court or on Hermitage Court, and a little bit about your prior background with historic district commissions.
We moved onto Hermitage Court shortly. I can't remember when the district was established, but I think maybe 3 or 4 years before. We've lived there a little over 20 years. And when we were first seating somebody from the court onto the commission, I thought about it. I had young children at the time, and felt like it was my duty, but it just wasn't the time. And now I just was recently with Heather, and she's like, we need architects. And somebody else said, well, she lives on Hermitage Court too. So I just feel like now's the time to give back a little bit. We love living on Hermitage Court, and so glad that it is a historic district and can be preserved. And my experience with historic district commissions, I was on the Pioneer Square Preservation Board in Seattle, Washington for several years. And that was a mayoral appointment, and it was very organized, more like this, but even kind of a higher level of governmental organization. And really enjoyed that. We were charged with a lot of institutional and commercial, that was the scope of our work, no residential really. And then I moved to Sausalito, California, and served on their historic district board. And this was what was giving me pause when I moved back to Charlotte, is that it was just a bunch of people who were interested in exerting their power over the different neighborhoods mostly. I mean, nobody really had any other interests than their own. And it was, it was a lot to serve on that board. But I think we made some headway in keeping the character of Sausalito. But I say moved back to Charlotte. I'm a 7th or 8th generation Charlottean. Anyway, that's short history.
Thank you for sharing that. Other commissioners, do you have any questions for Ann? Well, I would just like, oh, go right ahead, Krista.
Working here. I was just gonna say, like, where have you been? This is so awesome. I'm so excited that you're interested in serving. It's awesome.
It's great timing for me, so I'm excited too.
Good. It's great. Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us here today, and we're glad to have you here with us and hopefully to continue since the timing seems to be right now.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks.
All right, thank you. Should we have no other applicants for Hermitage Court. Would anyone like to float a motion or?
I would
Yes.
love to move that we nominate Ann Stanley to fill the Hermitage Court position on the commission.
Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Perfect. So the next step is this recommendation from the commission will be sent on to mayor and city council for with the official recommendation. And I should just say that they have the final say. So but they do take into consideration the recommendations from this board. So Anne, stay tuned for next steps and I'll be in touch. Thank you so much. And you're welcome to stay for the rest of the workshop and see the commission meeting. So let's see. I believe our next applicant is joining us online. I don't know if he's with us yet. Marilyn, is he here? Okay, so given the time, I'm going to pause on this and shift to just a shout out to Jen Bear for all the hard work she's done internally, researching all the different buildings and landmarks and sites being featured on social media, specifically Instagram at CLT Planning. You can follow us for Preservation Month. So May is Preservation Month, and Jen took and is highlighting in each historic district all the historic landmarks that we share. So educating folks on the fact that landmarks and districts do the boundaries cross and our reviews cross, and there are every Tuesday, Thursday, new posts. So keep an eye on Instagram for the new posts. This is what they look like. If you go to CLT Planning and scroll back, start with this one, the very first one. With that, I am going to turn it over briefly to Aaron Chantry, our division manager for design and preservation to talk a little bit about some exciting work that we're undertaking. It ties in beautifully with what we just talked about with being a CLG and reviewing larger preservation projects that are nominated to the National Register. So with that, Erin, thank you for joining us today. And
Yeah.
if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy to be here today and kind of talk about some visioning work that we're doing with our historic preservation team. And you know, I thought it was impressive that I was a third generation Charlottean, but Anne's got me beat by 5 generations, so that's pretty impressive. But as a very proud Charlottean, you know, I've been thinking in my role as division manager for, I guess, about a year now, really about how to support preservation in Charlotte. And there's no doubt that for the last 30 years, you know, all the work around the districts and your work and the work through the county has been an incredible foundation for historic preservation in Charlotte. You know, as our city continues to grow, it receives an incredible amount of development pressure, maybe more so even as we've seen over the last 5 years, especially in our neighborhoods, than in the past. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as the City of Charlotte government to ensure that not only the historic structures of our communities are being preserved, but also the culture, the identity, everything that makes a place important as it relates to the built environment. So our staff has been, you know, probably for the last few months doing a lot of research around what other cities are doing in historic preservation and looking to some other case studies and the expanded opportunities of work we can do to continue to highlight historic preservation and its importance in our city. And so over the next fiscal year, we will be doing some strategic planning that takes, that formalizes our internal brainstorming to the next level to really think about how does our historic preservation team at the city grow and expand its capacity and resources and programs to support historic preservation in Charlotte. And so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet, but we have a lot of really good ideas. And, you know, the commission work and our district work is always going to be the backbone of what we do and the foundation of what we do. But we would love to expand it to include additional programs and also have an educational component to it as well for the built environment professions in the built environment and the community. So that's kind of what the next year will bring. So look forward to that. We'll be doing some strategic planning around setting some goals for how our program grows.
And you all will be included either as current or past commissioners. Your input will be invaluable as we continue this process. So we're really excited as we enter our 50th year anniversary next year and using that to kick off, you know, what the future of preservation here is in Charlotte and beyond the districts, and hoping to help other neighborhoods and recognize the full history of Charlotte rather than just focusing on our 8 districts, because there is so much more here. And so with that, one of the first things we were looking at was our logo and how our logo, which we love, it represents a bungalow, and bungalows are prevalent in the original 6 historic districts that were here when I got here in 2014. But as we've expanded to the west side and Oakland Park and McCrory Heights, it's not representative of everything we do as a commission. And then in talking with Erin and with her help and leadership and talking more about what the program can be and looking at how hopefully it can be 3 different areas. So an education, training, community outreach, the historic district program, and a heritage education program. So in looking at that, we worked with a designer to come up with a new logo for the program. And as part of that, we are also looking to change our name from the Charlotte Historic District Commission to Charlotte Historic Preservation. And so this is our old logo, and we wanted you to be the first to see our new logo. And the 3 icons represent the 3 different areas of work that will fall under Charlotte Historic Preservation. The education with the community, with the trades, and those sort of programs we hope to begin, whether it's a window workshop or a contractor training on, what to look at with historic buildings when you're approaching rehabs, whether it's a official contractor or a weekend warrior DIYer. We have the crown that represents all of Charlotte and the collective heritage that we have across the entire community, and look at different heritage programs, whether that's a new Heritage Communities program that, maybe recognizes and supports some communities, but not in a regulatory way like we do with the districts. And then we have the map, a stylized map of Charlotte with Route 4, which is in which all of our districts fall. And so, looking at this, they can be taken together or separate as we do different programming for each of these areas. And again, this is all very high level. That's what I'm sharing is as far as we've gotten. So like Erin said, there are a lot of ideas, but we're hoping to refine some of that through the strategic planning process. And of course, through input from all of you commissioners and all of the public, whether they are residents, contractors, architects, professionals working in our communities, working in the districts, or just working in Charlotte. And living in Charlotte. So anyway,
And I'll
that's what
just-
we're doing. And over to Erin.
Yeah, I'll just add, it takes a hot second to expand a program like this. And so the next year is really just about setting that vision and, our goals and our strategies and our objectives and, really thinking outside the box about resources and, how we can implement this over time. So there's a lot of time, and there will be, of course, invitations formally and always informally for input, but something that, we're really excited about.
Surprise. Any comments or feedback now, we welcome them. And we will along the entire journey. So Chair Hawkins.
No, I think this is exciting for sure. And a welcome, step to evolving. And, I don't know how much capacity we have to learn a new acronym. Okay.
That's fine. You're still you're still HDC. You're still HDC, so you don't have to learn anything. It's fine. It's
Just
fine.
kidding. Just
Yeah.
kidding. This is awesome.
Well, thank you.
I'm excited about the education component, I think the more we educate, not only our historic residents, but the community at large, the more acolytes we have, the more people understand that this is a good thing. And the more support I think that we can have on a ground level.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Marilyn, has Andrew joined us? Okay, I'm going to switch back We have one last applicant for a seat, like I said, in Wesley Heights. Now, Mr. McClellan put his application in yesterday, and I will say, I think there might have been a glitch with the system because everything came up blank. I included it all. But since we have him with us, I thought we could run through some of these questions that Ann had provided answers to and just talk to Andrew just a little bit, and see. It's my understanding that Commissioner Parati has talked a lot with Mr. McClellan about his experience and his interest, but we'd love to talk to him as well. So, Andrew, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Are you calling in or on video?
I am on, looks like I can have the option to start my video here. There we go. Yeah.
To meet you face to face.
Yeah, thanks. How are you guys?
You? No? Okay. Well, I'm going to turn this over to Chair Hawkins to get started with any questions that you have while we try and figure out video. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
All right. Hi, Andrew. Barry, thank you for joining us here today. Since the application is blank, other than your address and your name, I'll just start with what's on the application. Can you just share with us why you are interested in joining the Historic District Commission?
Sure. And I really owe this to Kim Parati to kind of push on me to kind of get back a little bit. I've worked for nearly 30 years in the field of architecture locally here, and I'm really pleased to see how much Kim has given and worked to kind of preserve our neighborhood of Wesley Heights. I'm a 5-year resident of Wesley Heights, and I just think that we really need to work to keep our city's historic districts intact. I mean, I'm stating the obvious here, but and I do think it helps when you have someone that has invested in the neighborhood and in any of the various neighborhoods, historic districts, that is. So yeah.
Thank you for that. Other commissioners, because I don't want to monopolize. Does anyone else have other questions for Andrew?
Andrew, hi, it's Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Hi, I just want to let just state for the commission that, I've served on this commission now for 8 years. Clearly, I am passionate about preservation, and it was important for me in leaving the commission to leave it in really good hands, right? And Christy knows that I've talked at length about my perception is that the commission could use more architects, more designers, people who are passionate about preservation. And Andrew is definitely one. He's passionate about a number of things, and he's given back. Sitting on boards is not new to Andrew. He and his family are quite lovely, and they are fixtures in the community. People know them, they respect them. Andrew is quite smart, and he's even, and Andrew, I don't know if you want to touch on this at all, been in the process of writing a book that deals with the subject of architecture. And so I think that he would be a huge asset for the commission. And I believe that Wesley Heights, our community, would be in good hands with Andrew representing us. And so, Andrew, do you want to speak a little bit about the book that you've been working on, or?
Yeah, sure. My it's a book that I'm co-authoring with my design partner, Brian Ambrosiak. We met teaching together 25 years ago at the University of Tennessee, architecture program there. And, we continue to work on kind of theoretical design projects, and result of the last kind of 15 years of doing that has been really to produce a book targeted at the kind of preservation of night. So addressing the issues of over illumination of our cities, through historic analysis of how cities are illuminated. So yeah, so that's kind of the elevator pitch, I guess.
And Andrea, will you talk about your career, how long you've been in the industry, your company, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I've been I attended architecture school locally at UNC Charlotte. I have taught architecture at both UNC Charlotte and the University of Tennessee, as I just mentioned. I've taught, I think, every level of studio, and if you know architectural programs, undergraduate programs typically have 5 levels. I've taught, I think, every year except for fourth year. For some reason, I didn't ever get that one, but I've taught history theory seminars on connection between writing and architecture, poetry and architecture. And again, focusing on the idea of night in its relationship to architecture, looking at painting, film, poetry as it's related to night, and how architecture could aspire to kind of hit the kind of other allied arts and equal those allied arts in their writing about night. I have a MFA in creative writing, the concentration in poetry. And I've worked, in terms of my work experience, I've worked for multiple firms in the city, from the biggest firms to currently a 5-person firm, as a senior designer, senior associate, and I've worked on pretty much kind of every project type there is, from healthcare to historic preservation projects, both locally and within the state. So, of
Thanks, Andrea.
course, yeah.
Right. Any other questions for Andrew? I mean, I'm pretty blown away by the diversity of your interests and background and career, and so it's pretty inspiring, actually. I think you leaving it blank allowed you to really paint a very good picture for us here today. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and by the way, that was not my intention to leave it blank. Every time I would complete it, I would submit, and I couldn't tell if it was accepted. I was texting Kim in a panic. I'm like, I can't figure this out. So my apologies.
No problem. It's all good. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I think that completes our questions.
Okay. Well, so City Council has asked for recommendations for seats so that they can consider at their June meetings. So if you would like to make a recommendation on the Wesley Heights seat today, feel free to do so.
I'd like to make a recommendation. It would be my honor to recommend, to make a motion to recommend Andrew McClellan as the next sitting commissioner for the Wesley Heights community.
Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 7-0.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Andrew, I'll
Thank-
reach out about helping you get this filled out so that we can make
Yeah.
sure council doesn't have any questions.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and I'll tell you what, I will try to do this on my computer. I don't know if it had to do with where I was connecting through, but I won't hold you up anymore. I will give it one more try, and if I can, I'll reach out to you.
Okay,
And
so-
Christy, is that you? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's me.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Andrew. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure. Take care.
Chair Hawkins, if you would like to close the public hearing officially for the Johnston Building National Register nomination and then call for a vote, I think that would wrap up our workshop.
All right. So at this time, we will close the public hearing for the Johnston building.
And do
So
you have a motion to recommend or not recommend?
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
I'd like to make a motion that we, the Charlotte Historic District Commission, have reviewed and discussed the nomination for the Johnston Building and find that the property meets the criteria for listing in the National Register of Historic Places as stated in Section 8 of the report. We therefore recommend that the property be submitted for listing in the register.
all right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Good. Thank you. All right. Sure. Yes.
Just before we close,
Yes.
did we ever get any clarity on the state law that precluded the Elizabeth district from moving forward?
Yeah, it's still, the Senate Bill 382 is still in place and it's precluding all new overlays. So local historic districts, our residential infill overlay and our neighborhood character overlay. So it's still in place for now. There is some new legislation that's been proposed that, it's changing every day. So I really don't know what the current status is, but yes, it's still in place.
Wanted to check
Yep.
in on that.
No,
since you
thank you.
Brought it to our attention.
Great question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Anything else? No? Ready to sort people in? Start the meeting? Okay. We are going to shift from our workshop to our public hearings for our design review cases now. So with this Christy is turning it over to Chairman Hawkins.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the May 14th, 2025 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:13 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Sean Sullivan, Shauna Bell, and Scott Whitlock, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Baer, JT Fawcett, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone meeting remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you. Our first application is a consent agenda item. It is our only one for today. And for this case, I'm going to turn it over to Jen Bear, who's been working with the applicants on this project. So Jen, please take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This application is for 320 East Park Avenue. The project contains 4 different parts. There's a new front stoop and steps, a balcony railing addition on the front elevation, a front porch floor replacement and replacement of the front porch skirting. And the details of each part of the project is detailed on pages 1 and 2 of the staff memo. And then the current photos of the house are shown on page 9. And then the applicant also submitted historic photos of the house. The proposed front stoop and steps are inspired by the stoop and steps shown in these photographs. And typically restoration of original features like the front stoop in this case could be approved by staff, but because the details are a bit unclear because of the quality of the photos, staff was not able to do that in this case. So that is why the project is now in front of the commission today for review. The plans start on page 12. Here is the proposed site plan on the right. The new stoop and steps are right here in blue. The existing and proposed front elevations are on sheet 13. Then we have the existing and proposed left elevations on page 14. And then finally, we have the right elevation, existing and proposed here. So I will go back up to the staff recommendation. That's on page 4. Staff is recommending approval of the project with a few conditions that are listed here. Since more information is needed on the porch floor replacement, staff is recommending only repair of the porch floor at this time based on standards for porches 4.8 number 2, which states that only damaged elements of porches be repaired or replaced. And since we don't have that documentation today in front of us, we'd like to just recommend repair at this time. If the applicant would like to move forward with full replacement of the porch floor, they can do that with providing additional documentation, and they can come back to the commission with that request in the future. Marilyn, do we have any callers? Okay. With that, I will turn it over to you, Chair Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any commissioner that objects to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion. I move that we approve this application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation 2.5, City of Charlotte design standards for rehabilitation of building elements, porches 4.8, new construction for residential buildings 6.17, and private sites, landscaping and lawns 8.4. There are conditions to the approval that the applicant submits permit-ready construction drawings to staff for final review. That only the front porch only repair the front porch with wood tongue and groove to match the existing, and only the parts that are damaged, not full replacement of the floor. All components of the new railings on the front stoop, steps, and balcony are wood. Provide brick and mortar samples to staff for approval, and all new masonry is to remain unpainted.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next application is 2000 Dilworth Road West. The applicants are with us in the room and have been sworn in. Yes, come on up. And when you speak, be sure that the microphone is turned to green. And at this time, I'm turning it over to Candace Leidy, who will be presenting the project.
Hello. Yes, again, this is 2000 Dilworth Road West. The applicant has provided a full presentation with site plans starting on page 14. So you can see we also have elevations on slide 13. A Zaltwall survey on pages 22 through 24. Details on pages 31 through 40. The ADU is on page 39. and floor plans on page 37. The applicant also provided additional elevation drawings on pages 50 through 53, but also includes a comparison. We're asking the commission and the applicant to refrain from using a comparison in this application. This is a new application and first time heard in front of the commission. And I am going to send it over to our attorney, Jill Walker, Jill Meyer-Sanchez, to explain more.
Sure. Thank you, Candace. The applicants previously submitted an application for a project on this site, which the commission had denied. That decision has been appealed to Superior Court, so that is pending litigation. So we would just ask the commission to refrain from discussing any previous application. It's actually not really relevant to the new application before you, which you'll be, reviewing the new application based on your standards. So that's just the reason for that.
Okay, thank you. If the applicant can state your name and address for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Garrett P. Nelson. My address is 222 Greenway Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
And my name is Sarah Trawick. My address is 316 Alpha Mill Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28206.
And Garrett, if you can let me know what slide you'd like to start on and we'll get started.
Thank you, Candace. Could we just begin on 01, please?
Slide 10. And if you need to just carry your microphone with you and refer to, please, the slide numbers for the court reporter.
Of course. Yeah,
Thank
thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Hawkins, commissioners and staff. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present the project on 2000 Dilworth Road West. If we could go to slide 11, I will begin. We're going to be providing you with a lot of information today, so please don't hesitate to raise your hands or ask me to pause if you have any questions or clarifications that you would want. We're going to be as diligent as possible, but we do have a lot of information to go over. So again, please don't hesitate to ask me to pause and reiterate anything that might have not come across too clearly. So the project information, just love to kind of give you the premise of the existing project. So in the middle of the page, you can see the existing home. It is located in the historic district of Dilworth. Its style is a Georgian with colonial influences. The facade material is red brick veneer, roof material is slate. Some of the other notable architectural features are the gable entry portico with door columns, double hung windows, and a brick chimney with a metal shroud. The existing house was built in 1924. It's 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and it has approximately a square footage of 3,231. The width along Dilworth Road is 54 feet. The depth along Magnolia is 48, and the height from grade is 31.1 feet. To the right of that image is the proposed new structure for 2000 Dilworth Road West. Again, it's in the Dilworth Historic District. Our style that we are looking to design is on a more English cottage. The facade material will be stucco with wood siding. Roof material will be slate. Some of the other notable architectural features are the gable entry portico with a Gothic arched entry door, some CF Fosse styled exposed rafter tails, an asymmetrical front chimney. Obviously, the year built will hopefully be next year. It is a number of bedrooms. We have 5. We have 5.5 bathrooms, and the new square footage is 4,482. The new width along Dilworth Road West is 52'11", which is smaller than the existing home, and we will go over that diagram later on through this presentation. The depth along Magnolia Avenue is 55'7". The total depth along the side property line is 79 feet, and the height from grade is 31.3 feet. Go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. Dilworth has sub-areas with large residences on large lots, as well as mid-scale dwellings on smaller lots. The lots along major arteries, for instance, East Boulevard, Dilworth Road East, and Dilworth Road West, are larger since they were more desirable locations within the neighborhood when it was first established. The homes along the Grand Avenues are larger and more academic in form and detailing. Now, this is an excerpt from the Charlotte Historic District Design Standards, page 3.2. Basically, what we want to just do is obviously notify the commission that this house is located on what is considered a more grand avenue within the historic district of Dilworth. Our takeaway is, since our project is on Dilworth's Grant Avenue, which is Dilworth Road West, the site is able to handle a larger scale home. Although the site is the corner of Magnolia Avenue, historically corner lots in Dilworth withstand larger homes and typically have a long depth along the secondary street. This is typical throughout the neighborhood, which again is something that we will graphically represent to you shortly. In the 1890s, development of the suburb includes representation of examples of late Victorian styles, but also the beginnings of long-term fascination with various forms of the colonial revival styles. These were followed closely by the bungalow and the picturesque or period revival styles, particularly the picturesque cottage and the Tudor revival. Again, that's the 3.2 standard. Regarding our project, one of the most charming characteristics of Dilworth is that it does feature many different homes and many different styles, with a lot of eclectic architecture within the district. Our proposed designs pulls from the common architectural elements expressed throughout the neighborhood, but mostly focusing on the English cottage style, which we took standards from the book. Excuse me for that. Could you go on to the next slide, please, Candace?
Slide 13.
Yes, that's great. So basically what I wanted to do is just kind of give you a project introduction. So what we have here is we have the 4 prominent elevations of the proposed new house. Some of the key components that I'd love to draw your attention to is on the upper right-hand corner. You can see that the highest ridge height of the proposed new structure is 31.3 from the grade, and the existing ridge height of the home that's on the lot now is 31.3. The calculations again reiterate where heated square feet were 4,482. The footprint square footage, which is the base plan on the lot, is 2,802. We have a maximum width of 52'11", a maximum depth of 79 feet, and a maximum height of 31.4, which is also 31.3, as we just indicated. On the lower right-hand corner, what we want to, again, draw your attention to is the align of the existing thermal edge of the home. So if you see that dash line at the bottom of the image, that's where the existing house is, and that's to the thermal edge of the existing home. We have pushed that thermal edge of the house back 3'2" and the only things that are coming up to that line are the unheated portico and the proposed new fireplace, as Sarah's indicating on the image. If you could bear with me on this, I just want to notify you on this site plan. We kind of moved it up a little bit earlier just to kind of give you an overall context before we get even further into the description. Some of the key components that I want to highlight to you is our driveway width is 11'6", which again, Sarah will highlight everything. The distance between the main home and the carriage home is 20'6". The Magnolia Place thermal edge of the carriage home, so basically from Magnolia to the thermal edge of the proposed carriage home, is a distance of 42 feet 1 inch. The left property line to the thermal edge is 6'5" And we also have a 5-foot setback, so we are, yeah, thank you. The Dilworth Road West property line to the thermal edge is 50-foot 6 and 6 inches. We have a 50-foot setback there. And as I mentioned to you earlier, the existing home is actually closer to Dilworth Road West, and that's measuring around 52-foot 10 inches. So we actually pushed the thermal edge a little bit further back off of Dilworth Road West. Another thing that we want to mention to you, all the proposed new walkways, we're going to salvage the existing brick from the home, and we're going to reincorporate that into the pathway, especially the one coming from the sidewalk along Dilworth Road West to the main entry of the home. So that brick, which we do have a sample of, we're literally going to salvage the brick of the existing house and then reincorporate that into the walkway. Thank you, Candace.
Slide 15.
Yeah, slide 15, thank you. So basically what we'd love to do is just kind of go over standards 6.1 and 6.4 context. So based upon this image, we're really just showing you the 360-degree context. For context, non-historic buildings within the historic district and in the context of the proposed new construction are not considered as context for the new construction. So to the best of our knowledge, all non-historic buildings have been omitted from our context and our study. When transitioning from single-family to denser development areas that by zoning allow larger multifamily developments, the historic context surrounding the site must be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, materials, etc. The zoning of our subject property is N1C, which allows for a single-family home. Our project is a new construction, single-family home, so a denser development is not a concern. However, this package, we will go over the height, the massing, the roof forms, and the materials further on. Bullet point 3 and 4, for the sake of time, are not really applicable to our application. But again, if that's something that comes up in deliberation, we can come back and address it. Bullet point 5, aligning foundation, eaves lines, windows, header heights, porch heights with adjacent historic buildings is essential with fitting new construction in the historic context. On the next page, we will go through a diagram and discuss how we are aligning eave heights, water tables with the existing context, being the neighbors to our left and our neighbors to the right, which is on the opposite side of Magnolia. And then on the next page, we will go through a graphic representation of the contextual 360-degree from our property, just kind of giving you front elevations of all the existing homes within that context. I don't think there's really too much that we need to get into this. I think if there are some questions, we can go back and look at some of the architectural elements. As a secondary context on the lower part of this slide, we did include some of the homes that are going down Magnolia Avenue as well, even though they're not contextually really in the 360. We just really did it as more of a graphic representation for conversation purposes. All right, thank you.
Okay, standard 6.5 setback. So for setbacks, number 1, relate the setback of any new construction and additions to the setback of the existing historic buildings and the immediate surroundings of the proposed new construction. The setback of new buildings should also consider the distance between a proposed front porch and stoop and the property line or the right-of-way boundary. So if you look at the diagram to the left, the setback line follows the curve of Dilworth Road West. The historic setback line is about 5 feet off of the zoning setback, and you can see that illustrated in the blue line. So the 2 neighboring properties, 2008 Dilworth Road West and 1932, both follow this. You'll see 2012 and 1928 more follow the zoning setback. In order to align closer to the adjacent properties, we did push the house back an additional 2 feet 10, where the existing home currently stands to align with that historic setback. Number two kind of talks about, things on more of like an edge condition, so we'll skip that one. Number three, the primary elevation of a new corner buildings should match the setback of the adjacent historic buildings. So again, you'll see that on the graphic to the left. We aligned the proposed home with the historic setback of the neighboring houses. We also pushed the house back on Magnolia Avenue 1'3" from where the existing house currently sits. The existing house is actually about 2 feet over the zoning setback. So you'll see that illustrated on the left. The existing house protrudes 13 feet 10 inches from the historic setback of Magnolia Street. Our proposed project will protrude about 12 feet 7 inches. And then if you look at the house across the street of Magnolia, 1932, that house protrudes 18 feet 6 inches. So we believe we're within that historic range. Secondary elevations that are facing side streets, so that's our condition, may allow flexibility with the setback potentially closer to the street. However, the historic context of the site and the buildings on the side street will be taken into consideration. So again, as I just pointed out, we're pushing it back a little bit more than the existing, but we're still within that historic range of those corner lots. And next slide.
Slide 18, I'm sorry. Slide 18.
For spacing, the space, number one says space the new construction according to the historic pattern in the immediate surroundings of the proposed new construction. This includes sites adjacent to as well as across the street. So you'll see in the diagram, we kind of illustrated this out. The average spacing within the 360-degree context is 18 feet 2 inches. We are 18 feet 9 inches from the adjacent property on Dilworth Road West. Therefore, we believe we are within an appropriate range. You'll kind of see, the houses across the street are like between 20 feet and 21 feet, and it kind of goes through 19. There's two lower ones that are like they're about 12 feet. So that kind of skews the average a little bit, but they're all within 18 to 20 feet. The second one kind of goes into multifamily and talking about, how you should modulate the buildings and kind of push back planes to kind of help with that spacing between smaller structures. So even though our project is not multifamily, we did do that along the Magnolia Avenue elevation to be respectful of the smaller homes on that street. We've stepped back the massing of the home and gradually lowered the roof, which we'll go into further in this presentation, to align with the neighboring ridge. So we are also 62 feet and 9 inches away from 922 Magnolia, from the closest one-story wing of the house. And then we're 85 feet 9 inches from that house when you're kind of looking at the main 2-story elevation, which we will also show you kind of the elevation view of those momentarily. And lastly, the front door that connects the building to the sidewalk is a key feature of new infill construction to help maintain the rhythm modulation and spacing patterns on the street. The front entrances must be incorporated on all street-facing elevations for new construction. We have designed the entries at both street elevations, which you'll see illustrated by those orange arrows. The main entry on Dilworth Road West is asymmetrical to align with the immediate context. And then the side elevation on Magnolia Avenue, which we'll see later on in the elevations too, is asymmetrical as well. Okay, next slide.
Slide 19.
So we'd like to go through standard 6.7 orientation. Obviously for orientation, we want to orient the front entrance of the new homes to the street. So you could see in our diagram on page 18, as we just went through, we have oriented the front entrance to Dilworth Road West, which is our primary street on the Grand Avenue. We have also added a secondary entry off of Magnolia to address both elevations. We also want to, kind of be sensitive to the pedestrians walking down those sidewalks to try to give a little bit more of an intimate presence. So based upon your standards, we went ahead and did that. So we kind of have a primary entrance off Dilworth Road West, and then we have a secondary entrance, which is going to be coming off Magnolia. To orient the primary elevations to the primary street and address and the secondary side street through the uses of porches, side entries, and other architectural elements if the building is to be constructed on a corner lot, which ours is. So the primary elevation is definitely orienting, has an orientation along Dilworth Road West, which is our primary street, again, on a Grand Avenue. And then we also took very careful considerations into designing the Magnolia Avenue elevation by adding the side entry, as we previously mentioned, and designing, quote unquote, a secondary front elevation and layering the massing to be respectful to the smaller homes that are going to be marching down Magnolia. And I think that we also showed that on this slide as well. So as you can see, with the pitch of the front, and then we have the main gable to give the presence along Magnolia, and then we stepped it down to a single story element closer to the back. And then the primary suite off to the back, again, is of a single story. And we'll go through the height differences on them with the neighboring lot as well. Again, to try to be more respectful, to get that massing to be significantly reduced as it goes down Magnolia, since that is a smaller architectural featured street of the existing homes. Go to zip code 20 then? Okay, thank you. And I think that this will hopefully give you a better graphic. So we're looking at standard 6.8, massing and complexity of form. For massing in the form, we wanted to relate the massing to those of the existing adjacent historic homes. For instance, if the street is primarily a colonial revival style house with simple massing, we didn't want to introduce new buildings with complex massing. Again, Dilworth Road West is very eclectic, so we do have a great breadth of architectural homes that we can really pull from, and we'll go through those elements a little bit further on down in our presentation. The use of forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of the surrounding buildings. For instance, if the form of the adjacent buildings has a variety of projecting bays, dormers, it's requested of us to employ some of those elements into our new design. We'll also go through some of the imagery on the following page that will address this. I think bullet point 3 and 4 really deal with multifamily. So again, for the sake of timing, I think that we can say that that is not applicable. Roof forms such as hipped and gable roofs help to break down the mass, and as to do so, the complexity of the form with the architectural details and the materials. If you could go to the next slide, I can kind of walk you through. So this would be the proposed front elevation. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. This would be the proposed front elevation along Dilworth Road West. So basically in the center of this image, we're showing the proposed new home, and then the graphics on the left and right are, again, us trying to convey to you that we have really studied the contextual surroundings. So on the left, we're showing the 360-degree context. So you could see, a lot of the similar characteristics that we're proposing for our new house, such as the Dutch hip roof, an asymmetrical front chimney, something as simple as a gable roof vent, a main front gable to create that hierarchy on the elevation, an asymmetrical gabled entry portico, and then an arch front entry are all elements that we've picked up from a majority of the homes. And then also, if you see on the top 2008 Dilworth Road, the use of the one-story bay off to the side, which again is used for reduction in terms of massing. We decided to flip it, so our one-story bay is actually along Magnolia Street, again, to address the pedestrian as they're going down a smaller streetscape as opposed to Dilworth Road West. And then, for the sake of time, again, I don't think it's necessary to go through all these images, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory in terms of a lot of the historic precedents that's already existing on this great eclectic neighborhood and street, and all the elements that we really tried to incorporate into the proposed new home to try to have it seamlessly fit within the fabric of this great neighborhood of Dilworth. Could we go on to number 11, please? That's 22. then.
Slide 22.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, height and width. Yeah. So we have 3 different elevations we're going to show you because it's on a corner lot. We're showing, I believe it's the 2000 block, and then we'll show the 1900 block, and then we'll show Magnolia. So the height and width of a new building must be compatible with the historic buildings within 360-degree range. So we'll show that in these diagrams to come. For the 2000 block, you'll see the subject property in pink. Along this side, you have 2022, which is 2.6 feet taller than the proposed project. And as you go down, 2018 and 2012 are 2 inches shorter. And then 2008 is the same height. So it's kind of along a very similar range with those 4. Design number 2, for new single-family structures, the height of the proposed building should be no taller than the tallest single-family structure or single-family historic building on the block within a 360-degree range of visibility from the sidewalk in front of the subject parcel. The height of the historic building should be calculated from the original historic ridge. Again, you'll see on the diagrams that we're about to show, there are 4 homes on the subject block taller than the proposed project, and then the proposed project is only 2 inches taller than the existing home that sits on there today. It's also the same height as the adjacent property. And then design new buildings to respect the existing width of structures in the district. We will go over with in a couple slides, so I'll come back to that. If you could go to slide 23. So this is the block that is on the other side of the street. Yeah. 1914, which you'll see in the blue, is 3.9 feet taller than the proposed project. 1900 is 0.8, and we did take that from the historic massing of the existing home. This does not include the renovation that was done. And the 1908 is 3.9 taller. Sorry.
This was 0.8.
Yeah. The one on the end is 0.8 and the middle one is 3.9 feet taller than the proposed project. We understand that these are a little bit farther away, but they're still kind of on that context block for this property.
And we also are fully aware that the 3.9 taller home, which is what's the address on that one?
1914 and 1908.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, guys. What was the
Just,
address?
we have the recording.
1914 and 1908.
We also know that the 3.9 home is not considered a historic home along the streetscape, but just for the sake of this graphic, we wanted to include that into it.
Correct. Okay, and then the next slide, please, Canvas. This slide is showing the Magnolia Avenue streetscape. So you'll see our property in pink, and this kind of illustrates how we are taking, we have that primary front elevation that is obviously taller, and as the house goes down and gets closer to the Magnolia Avenue houses, we've stepped it down to 1-story structures. And so the height of the home steps down, and on the adjacent property, so 922, the kind of like primary wing is 0.3 feet shorter. So it's about the same height on the main home. And then it's the garage closest to that home is 3.2 feet taller than the accessory unit. And then the next slide. Okay, and then this will go over the width. So to kind of go back to that standard number 3, design new buildings to respect the existing width of original structures in the district. The width should be no more than 10% of the average width of other historic buildings within the subject block. Larger apartment buildings or newer dwellings that do not have historic significance should not be included. So you'll see in the blue that these are the projects that are wider than the subject property. And we calculated the widths of, this context area, which is outlined in pink. The average width of those historic buildings on that subject block is 50.04 feet. So add an additional 10%, that's 55 feet. The width of our proposed home is 52 feet and 11 inches. Therefore, we are within that historic range or appropriate range for the historic standard. And also just to point out, the existing home has always been the widest on that Ideal Way Magnolia block. So we are actually making the house less wide by about a foot than the existing home. And then the next one.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to address standard 6.10 to scale. For scale, we want to create human scale by including functional elements typical to the historic context, such as porches and porticos. So as you could see on our elevations that we've kind of highlighted, we've tried to highlight in pink some of the areas of where we're using that massing reduction that is established within your design standards. Being, again, if you look at the top image, which is along Magnolia Avenue, you could see that we have the one-story bay and the side entry. And then again, using that same kind of massing as you get towards the rear of the yard. So, and then that front gable, even though it's kind of deceiving, is obviously vanishing away from you. So it's not going to feel like a flat plane as this two-dimensional drawing is. That's that front gable. So that's actually going to be vanishing away from you. So it's not going to feel like a sharp kind of Georgian straight edge of some of the typical architecture within the community. And then again, we use a similar design aspect and principle on the front elevation along Dilworth Road West, where we bring the two entry pieces down to a little bit more of a human scale to address the pedestrian as they're walking along Dilworth Road West and as well as Magnolia. We could go on to 27. Sarah, if you want to take over.
Slide 27.
Okay, so this continues to kind of talk about scale. Although square footage is not included in the HGC standards, we do think it's important for scale. We understand we are proposing a larger residence. So we kind of wanted to illustrate how that's comparable to the surrounding neighborhood. There are 7 homes that are larger in size than the proposed project as shown in the graphic above, and those houses are also shown in the images. The average square footage of the subject block is 4,007 square feet, so we're about 11% larger than the average. However, we would still be the 7th largest home on the block. And these were all, I got all of this information from the Mecklenburg County property record cards, so. And then the next slide, please.
Thank you. This is a pretty simple slide, so I'll be brief on this. Basically, what we're doing is we're looking at standard 6.11, which is the directional expression, to make sure that the directional expression of the new residential buildings is compatible with that of the surrounding houses on the block. If the majority of the existing homes within the block is relatively square, the new dwelling should have a similar proportion. If there is more variety in the proportions of the existing houses on the block, the design may select from these options. So if you see the diagram to the right, for a graphic illustration of a standard home, the adjacent properties primarily have a horizontal expression, as does our proposed new project. However, the subject block does contain a variety of expressions. So basically what we wanted to do was to show you the directional expression of both on Dilworth Road West, which is the top image, and then we graphically, put in the designation of whether it's more of a horizontal or a vertical massing. And then we did the same going down Dilworth Road, it's on the other side of Dilworth Road to the right of the intersection where Magnolia kind of comes into play. And we can address that slide as well. In terms of your standard 6.12, and this is something that we mentioned a little bit earlier about the foundations, we wanted to try to relate the height of the new foundations to the height of the foundations on the historic buildings found within the context. We wanted to avoid, based upon the standard, lowering the grade and achieve a greater overall height to the new building. So if you see the diagram at the very bottom, the foundation to the left and the right of the portico align with the properties to the left at 2008 and 2012. And then on the right-hand side, as we get to along the Magnolia Avenue, we did step that down to not only relate to the home across the street, but again, as I've mentioned several times, to bring that down a little bit more to a little bit more of a pedestrian scale on the smaller side street.
And I'm going to add a quick thing on the foundations. We do raise the foundation on both the left and the right elevations to kind of capture the bottom sill just as an architectural element. It was mentioned by staff, to kind of keep that consistent. So we can fix that too and keep it consistent with the remainder of the house if we need to.
Thank you, sir. It moves on to you.
Oh, sorry. Roof form and materials. And you'll see on the side how it goes up. So we can look at that too, the foundation. Number one, use roof forms such as gable or hipped or combinations of forms and design of new residential buildings that relate to existing surrounding examples. So our main roof structure is a gabled roof, and that is on both elevations. We also employed Dutch hips on the left side to reduce the massing, and a flat roof one-story bay, which, is seen throughout the neighborhood. Consider employing roof dormers as they're commonly used in nearby historic houses. We have designed the dormers on the proposed home with a shed roof to align with the style of the surrounding context, which you'll also see examples below. Reflect the pitch and gable orientation of surrounding historic buildings in the design of the new dwelling, and we match the pitch and gable orientation of the surrounding. Proportionally, the new roof should not overwhelm the structure or be out of scale. We believe that the roof is proportional to the style of the home that we are proposing. Use eave design and materials that complement those frequently found on the block where the new building is being constructed. And we have designed the eaves to align with the surrounding historic buildings, which we pointed out in the previous diagram. Match the new roof materials with materials used in the context. The roof will be slate, which is the material of the existing home and commonly used throughout the immediate context. We are not using skylights or solar panels in this project. And the last one is about multifamily. So we'll skip that one.
In terms of standard 6.14 cornices and trim, we wanted to, based upon the standard, take cues from the historic buildings on the appropriate use of the trim to articulate the design of the new building and styles. So if you could see from the detailing, we have, in terms of the window surrounds, have tried to stay consistent with the kind of cottage design. And we've shown some graphics that will support this in terms of its overall width. Again, in terms of the cornice and the flat roof, these are really kind of specific details that I think we can address after you go through deliberation if there's any comments or concerns. And then another thing that we really wanted to detail was the elegance of the archway in the portico going up into the custom mahogany door with the precast surround and the actual numbers, which will be etched into the actual precast. And then again, in relationship to those three kind of components, based upon standard 614, we showed some precedents underneath from the surrounding neighborhood. Another thing that we did adopt after going through the workshop with with the commission, which was very helpful, is we also included the exposed rafter tails, which is predominantly throughout the entire neighborhood, which was something different from what we had going into the workshop. Instead of reading through all these standards, I think I could just probably speak a little bit more clearly on this. So based upon 6.15 and 6.16, we took into very, very careful consideration the proportions of the lights in the windows, and then also the height, the width, and the character of not only the windows and doors. When we lay out our windows, especially when we're dealing with a historic district, and which is something that we also just do on a majority of our homes, we always try to get the proportions of the lights to be within a certain variance. So on this entire project of this home, we have about a 3/4 inch variance of difference between the light proportions, meaning this being a single light between the muttons, there's only going to be about a 3/4 of an inch difference on any other window. So basically what I'm saying is we're not going to have a light that's 10 by 10, and then you turn the corner and go down Magnolia, and that light's 12 by 12. We really wanted to keep them very, very consistent. We also took within the standards of doing the minimal 5/8 inch mutton. So the mutton bars are a subset to the overall design of the home, and it also just allows for a lot more glass to be present along the pedestrian edge. In terms of the doors, we can go through those details later. We really just wanted to focus on the overall massing of the home within this presentation. Standard 6.17, which is porches, include a porch in the design of the new residence construction when the majority of the surrounding existing homes also contain a porch. The majority of the homes in their surrounding contain an entry portico, and we have designed the proposed project to have an entry portico as well. Again, it's highlighted in the bottom, and then we have some precedence images up on the upper right-hand side. The entry portico has been designed to complement the surrounding context. We did try to ensure that the new porch design and materials are compatible with the overall architectural vocabulary. There is accepted materials of concrete with brick, edging brick, terracotta, tongue and groove, and we don't have the bluestone as an appropriate. We're going to reuse the existing brick, as I mentioned earlier. So that entry porch will be the existing brick, which is actually going to be an extension of the new walkway coming in off of Dilworth Road West. And then we're also going to be using that same kind of brick detailing on the secondary entrance coming off Magnolia. In terms of standard 6.18 materials, we feel like the precedence that is established within Dilworth fits the goal. We are proposing a stucco veneer home. We do have 3 examples of a stucco veneer home. 2001 Dilworth Road West being directly across the street as well. So we feel that our materials in terms of the overall veneer are very congruent with the existing conditions within the neighborhood. So we're not introducing anything that would be foreign within the context of Dilworth. In terms of bullet point 3 and aluminum frame windows, vinyl, PVC, we are not using any of those materials that are outlined within 6.8 within your guidelines on this home. If there is any questions or concerns about that, we can address that on a need-to-be basis. But we took into account that standard very thoroughly and made sure that none of the materials that are presented on this proposed new home was anything that you did not approve within your design standards. The Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. If any of these items really come up in deliberation, I think we can address them and we can address this slide at that point. Again, in the trying to be conscious of your time. I think that if something does come up, we do have the standard written, and then we do have our responses within that. I don't think I need to read through this, but if there is an issue when you do go into deliberation, we can address it at that point. So the next few slides, this is just the appendix. We're probably going to wrap this up really quickly. If we could go on to slide. This is obviously just showing the existing the proposed floor plans. If there is, any questions, and then we also have some building sections that we put into this package. The next slide is the carriage home. I think that we thoroughly went through the carriage home in terms of its massing to its context. The materiality is going to matching the home. And again, if there's any questions, we can go back to that. And we feel pretty confident that we will address anything that you may be concerned. The next one is just architectural details. Again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but we have all the information. So if you do have any questions going forward, we could come back to this slide and we can address any concerns that you may have. On that, we have the chimney, the driveway gate, the fence details, our column details, our shutter details, and we even have a water table detail so you could see what that profile is going to be like. The next few slides, again, these are the existing conditions. Obviously we've already been approved for demo. Since this is a new application, we did everything we could to salvage a home, but there's significant structural damage. There's mold being presented and there's a significant infiltration of water. Just the cost analysis, unfortunately, wasn't in our favor because of just so much that needed to be done to even just make this house livable as it is without then doing a large renovation. So the next few slides are just going to go through the architectural context of the existing house and also just for the documentation part of it. And then as Chrissy and I worked hard on and we're figuring out, we do have a 3D scan of the entire house that you can walk through every inch of it. We're just trying to figure out the programming to allow you guys to access that. If we go to the property survey, which is the next slide, what number would that be if we're on 30?
Slide 45.
45, so everything's plus 10. Okay, great. The key components to this is the tree save and the tree removal. So the trees that are going to be removed, if you want to point them out, are tree A and B. We had an arborist come out, look at tree A, and it is just significantly unhealthy. And tree B doesn't fall under any kind of category under the new UDO as a heritage tree. It's just the one tree that we're going to have to remove. And then tree C in the rear of the property, we are going to salvage that one. That's one of the century-old oaks that John Nolan had envisioned for the master planning of Dilworth. So we want to keep that intact. And obviously, if you turn to the next couple of pages, we have the necessary tree protection that will protect that great tree while we're under construction. In terms of the lot coverage, which is on the next slide. 46, yeah, sorry. If you could just, at the very, very bottom, I just want to call this out that standard 8.4 number 7 states that we have to be less than 50% in terms of the lot coverage. We are close, we are at 49.6. So we are under that threshold, and we did have all these calculations completed by our landscape architect and also the gentleman who is helping us with all the subsurface water. So that calculation is very accurate, and he actually provided this document for you. So we are under that 50%. The next slide is just showing you the standard tree protection on the lower right. Again, that's just a standard that you requested having this information, which I feel is very helpful. So we provided it on that sheet. And then the next couple of slides are just kind of going over site grading and our planning list. And that is something that I think that we can address as we go forward. Thank you very much for your time. I know that that was a lengthy presentation. You know, we've been working with the commission, you know, for several months now, and I hope that with your collaboration, I hope that we're getting closer. We feel really comfortable from the feedback that we've had, not only from our previous submittals, but also from that workshop, which was incredibly helpful for us. Again, I want to thank you for the time. I know we threw a lot of information out at you, so please purge on us and we'll try to address any questions or comments that you feel need before you go into deliberation. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do not have any online callers, so Chair Hawkins, over to you.
I know there are members in the audience. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak either? Nope. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions around the historic structures, because you're right, you guys put together a very, very thorough application. It's just that I think I have more information that kind of confused me versus gave me clarity. So if we looked at, I guess, slide 16.
Was that 6?
So in the top left corner where the context diagram is, you show the subject property, a proposed subject property, and some magenta or fuchsia arrows. Are those pointing to the only historic structures within the 360-degree context?
No, I took this diagram basically out of the book. That's just kind of showing like where the view goes. So all of those surrounding houses are historic properties. There's not.
And do you have the year of, because that's what was confusing for me.
Okay.
I'm not sure which ones are truly historic versus not. Because the way I interpreted this to be, I'm looking at 1908, I'm looking at wherever those arrows are going, those were the historic structures in the 360-degree context.
Oh, no, it was pretty much this circle was that like viewpoint of the 360-degree context. So that was just kind of showing the perspective, I guess. And I believe in the book, the 360-degree context like diagram was illustrated similarly. So we just kind of showed that here on our specific site. From the best of our knowledge, all of these properties are historic. We don't have the years for all of them. We can get that information.
Because historic buildings is so critical to what we're doing and what we're comparing or considering, I think that that's a key piece of information for us to be able to decision that we're looking at the right buildings in context to what you're proposing.
Okay.
So just, it would definitely be helpful to see what's truly the context from a historic perspective and what is non-historic.
Okay.
So that we can make that assessment.
The only house from our knowledge that is not historic or has a non-historic renovation to it was, I believe it's 1908 or 28, but it is the middle one down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
My eyes can't see that. I'm getting too old.
1928. That's the only one to our knowledge that's not historic, which we did point out, but we can provide that information.
May I also request that the 360 include more information about the Magnolia line? Because it's a corner lot, I think that's appropriate to include.
Yes. And we did include, the close 4, but we can include more imagery from down that street.
Other questions from commissioners?
So I guess to that point, if you go to slide 25, what does this pink? Is that the 360?
That is just an extended subject block because it was kind of in the center of those two blocks. And we included the entire like slew of houses on the other side of Dilworth Road West. So that was just kind of our subject block.
So basically what we were trying to convey to the commission was we were trying to go from block to block of the adjacent blocks. So we were trying to go from Ideal Way all the way up to East Worthington to give you just a broader context of what was the surrounding nature from our subjective property. So we did expand this diagram and this study a little bit further out from the quote unquote 360 because we felt like between those two blocks, especially since we're dealing with a quarter lot, we wanted to share that information with the commission.
But to Commissioner Kerm's point, like not down Magnolia. So like really you should have more, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I'll just jump in on the 360. On 6.4, I think it helps emphasize this 360 degree, what that really means. The vacant site slated for new construction must relate to the surrounding historic buildings visible from the site. And then proposed new single-family structures, the context is defined as a 360-degree view from the sidewalk in front of the subject parcel. So I think that can be extended to understand per Commissioner Holtz's request, because it is a corner lot, to go, to reemphasize, it means everything within that 360-degree view from that property is what we need to consider.
So just to make sure, just to reiterate, we just want a little bit more contextual information going down Magnolia Street. Is that accurate?
Yes, I have some concerns about the scale, and I'd like to see a better representation of which historic properties are there on Magnolia, what their spacing is. Again, you've done a great job giving us information about Dilworth Road West. And we need to know which ones are historic, and we need to see similar information for Magnolia. Does that clarify?
Yes.
100%. Yeah, thank you.
And so these 4 homes is what is directly adjacent on the Magnolia side. So you want to see more of like the end, like 5 homes.
Just the immediate ones, those 4, but again, the detailed information, which ones are historic, what's the height, what's the setback, all of those
The
pieces.
distance between the properties. Okay. So expand some of the graphics that we had along Dilworth Road West down to.
The setbacks we have here for these Magnolia and then the spacing.
I didn't know Zoe Wells for Magnolia, right there.
Yeah, she's looking for the
Okay.
spacing.
Yeah,
I mean,
the spacing.
That's
we
it
can-
right there.
Yeah, that's
And if that's your 360,
Yes.
That's
right
correct.
there.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're accustomed to doing, and you did it a bit, is showing the distance, the setback from the property line to the front thermal wall, just making sure that it's included in one graphic so that we can see it. It's very plain for us. You have it in places, but it would be helpful to see it.
Yep. Thank you.
If I could just, for the purposes of the record, this is slide 18, exhibit 6.6. And Commissioner Lineberger just said that this is it. This is your 360. So is that, okay, great.
To me, those are exactly the context properties that need to be detailed in this review.
Okay.
While we have that slide up there, I really want to talk about what really tells the story of this project is you see just the footprint right there. I think that speaks, compared to everything around it, that speaks to the scale, not the scale, the context, the massing, the complexity of form that I think other slides. So that's one. And then if you go, Candace, can you go to 22 down? Those illustrations, the 3D perspective, that tells the story right there. I mean, that massing that we see there, that is what I will, as one commissioner, struggle with in context to the surrounding properties. Nothing has that kind of massing and scale. And the height, width, your height is better. It's the combination and the holistic elements coming together that create that make me struggle with the overall, just that whole context of where this is sited in relationship to its context and its surrounding properties. So it's wider. I understand your difference with the width between 54 feet and it went down to 52 feet, 11 inches. But that's not exactly accurate because the original home that's a single story, that width was part of a single story porch, included a single story porch that did not have a second story. So there's a total difference in the massing, and you really see it when you look at the Southwell illustrations. Thank you, Candace. I mean, you see it there, that the width that you're seeing on the existing house, yes, it's wider, but that is a different scale and mass than what you're proposing. So I think I'll let others speak to that, but I think that it's the holistic, all of it together, all those elements together. It's not one single thing. It's not just the height. It's not just the depth. And then, well, I will add one more thing in relationship to that, and that is that it is, with relationship to Magnolia, it's 31 feet deeper than the existing house. It goes from 48 feet deep to 79 feet deep. So that's a substantial difference in the depth from what the existing is. And you see it again, thank you, Candace. You see it in that relationship. I mean, that is quite a different massing than what is existing.
I agree with Commissioner Lineberger. I'll also just go over, so that we're all on the same page, the definition of massing as it relates to buildings. General shape, form, and size of the building. To say that this isn't the tallest building and it's not the widest is one thing. To add the height and the width together is something else. So I know as one commissioner, I'd be looking for a house that was as tall and wide. It's not height and then width. It is height and width. In fact, looking at our standards, 6.9 is height and width, not height and then width. Number one, the height and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility of the new building. Context. So not only do we not have the full context of this home, but we don't have height and width. We have height and then width. That's not treating it holistically. To say that the setback is set back slightly more than the existing house does not take into consideration the overall massing of the house and how that presents from the setback. To take a look at Secretary of Interior standards, I'd like to focus on 9 and 10. Number 9, new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old, which is what you all are doing, and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. 10, new additions and adjacent or related new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. So we are harping on big, like high level things, which starts with context. Contextually, the information that we have now, including slide number 18, as Commissioner Lineberger pointed out, slide number 17 also, they show that this is not contextually in keeping with the area. When we talked about massing, we focused on, if we could go to that slide, we focused on just the front facade. And we all know, again, that massing is the general shape, form, and size of building. We also need to be looking at the side elevations, the rear elevation. So all of this, I think, as we continue to go down this path, will show that this house is more massive than any of the historical houses within the context. And as a result of that, does not preserve its historic environment, which is what we are charged to do.
If you don't mind, I'd like to, thank you for those comments. I'd like to address Commissioner Lineberger's comments. First of all, the 5211, we do include the single story element similar to what the existing house did. So we didn't really change that up any differently. We took the calculation of the overall existing house with its main thermal envelope and that one story piece, and we did the same thing on that with the proposed new one. So I feel like that's kind of a wash in terms of the information that was provided. And then the 79-foot distance, while that is accurate, that is also going down the property line to the house to the left. That is over 42 to 43 feet away from the Magnolia Street. So I just don't think you're ever going to perceive that as a 79-foot long home along Magnolia, considering that that's, almost 45 feet away, because that's that single story master suite that's extending along the property line along the two neighboring properties. So
May I suggest that if you think that's true, why don't you provide us with some of the perspective type drawings that we've received in the past where if you could show us someone standing on Magnolia would not perceive that at that height. I'd be interested in seeing that. It's hard for me to see it from this drawing that it would not be not only perceptible, but overwhelming.
May I offer something? We have examples of that, Garrett. There's actually a application later in today's meeting that shows like a person standing that we can show you. The other thing I wondered is, everyone was talking about the 3D and it looks like you're showing it from above. Perhaps showing it from like the sidewalk pedestrian experience as Commissioner Holtz, I think that would
Christy, can you
really,
bring your mic closer to you?
I'm sorry, I think that would really help. Candace, do you have, where we looked at the 3D? 20, yes, slide 20. Perfect. So it's like a bird's eye 3D.
oh, you're right.
Which no one's going to experience. So that might be like skewing how the vision of the project, right? So maybe Street View 3Ds would be really helpful.
Chrissy, I think that's a great example. Would you mind going to the first site plan, which is right after slide 4, which would be 14? It was the very first. Yeah, that one. You're absolutely right, because if you look, if you could pan it up, if you look at the house that is stepping down Magnolia, that's a massive, massive house when you're seeing it from a bird's eye. And then as well, if you look at the house to the right, it's a pretty massive house. So I think if we took aerial views of all these houses, there's going to be some similar massings. I don't know the overall height of the house to the left of us, but that's a significant scale home. perspective, can be a little. I
just want to make it clear that our design standards are just an expanded version of the Secretary of the Interior, page 2.5, and that they absolutely do apply to this project. So contrary to what's presented on slide, I'm not even sure, hold on, I can tell you.
35.
On slide 35, that this is particularly standards 9 and 10 do apply to this project. And again, our whole design book applies because they're an extension of the standard. So I just want to make that clarification while we are open. You know, and Garrett and I served on design review for historic landmarks, so he's familiar. But anyway, thank you.
If you don't mind, before you go into deliberation, I was just wondering if I could open up the floor to David or John Charles, if you would like to speak before they go into deliberation. They have been sworn in, the five of us swore ourselves in. But if not, then, you know, before you go into deliberation, I did want to open up the floor if they had any questions, concerns, or comments.
That's perfect. Yeah, we offered earlier, but we're glad to offer again.
Thank you, sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just make sure they can come forward to the mic and state their names and addresses.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Obviously, we can factor in the comments that we voiced.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody was being heard.
Thanks, everybody. Chair Hawkins or?
I just had one more thing I wanted to point out is the English cottage style. Now, and we are not, I want to be clear that we're not regulating style per se, because I can think of another project that we approved in, on Mount Vernon, to be specific. It did not get built, but it was a very different style from its surroundings, but it met our standards because there is such an eclectic combination of styles in Dilworth. So it's not about style specifically. So with that caveat, I just want to mention the description of the English cottage style. In our standards 3.21, the description is, or the definition is, a smaller and simpler version of the large Tudor style residences that echoed medieval English houses. So if I go to 6.8, and which is, and on your slide 21, where you have, you know, you illustrate the different elements of that you've pulled from in the neighborhood to speak to massing and complexity of form. Those, if you look at all of those examples, they are all simpler. They have a lot of the details, yes, but they are overall, each individual one is simpler than what we're being presented with. And that's where I have a challenge personally. So I just wanted to we didn't address that. So I just wanted to mention that.
Other comments before we close for deliberation? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Team, when we talked about massing and complexity of form contextually there on this particular lot, we had some thoughts about height, width, complexity of form, all of that. Do you have anything to say to that? You know, let's look at slide number 18. So just looking at this, or even slide 17, but let's take this slide. We said that it has to be height and width, not height and then width. And just looking at this, because I'd love to give you the opportunity to change our minds, right? Or to let us know what you were thinking in this process. Looking at that, knowing that massing is about general form. It's about height and width, not height and then width. Can you tell us how you think this meets that standard?
Now, and thank you for the opportunity to address that, Commissioner Parati. One of the design philosophies that we have, and we try to stick with it throughout all the homes that we design within this great community of Charlotte that we have the privilege of hopefully beautifying. We really try to look at all our homes in terms of the pedestrian scale. In terms of a contextual component to this home, being on the Grand Avenue and then just looking at the overall footprints, we really wanted to not create what we call a cruise ship elevation, which we all seen throughout all the great neighborhoods within Charlotte, where they don't address the side yards, they don't address the backyards, they don't address the pedestrian on the at the main streetscape. So what we really tried to do was to, even though your standard really talks about layering and massing, it's something that we've adopted within our firm as well. We always try to design our houses like it has 4 front elevations that are primary elevations. Along with that, it comes with, I wouldn't say a complexity of, well, no, I would say it does come with a little bit of complexity of footprint. I wouldn't say it necessarily comes with a complexity of form. So to address that, so for instance, if you look across the street at 2015, 1928, and I would say, 1925, those are massive houses that don't really somewhat incorporate the layering of scaling it back to not only the streetscape, but also to the overall massing of a home. We relish in, taking on these opportunities to do something like this and to have kind of a little bit of a challenge site. We felt like, and we still do feel like that, not only the massing based upon that one image that Commissioner Lineberger just asked us to reference, we feel like we are in the context of the neighboring homes in terms of the stylistic components. We just don't feel like this version is that fussy, both in the massing and also in its design of all 4 elevations. It's really been a fun process because, again, our firm really takes pride in to try to, beautify neighborhoods and give back to the community, both architecturally, but also on the human scale. And we feel like we're getting closer with it. I don't know if that necessarily answered your question thoroughly, but that's how us and the homeowners feel at this point in our presentation to the commission.
It sounds as though you feel as if with your design and paying such careful attention to each elevation, you're doing something a little different in the neighborhood.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. And I would love to have the opportunity to show you other homes that have that kind of attention to the side elevations and the rear elevations, because I think there's some really great examples out there. What we wanted to do was to make sure that we didn't give back to the neighborhood something that's not desirable in terms of what I mentioned earlier, kind of that cruise ship elevation, which is all over the historic district. And I know that was before the new standards, but you could walk up and down Magnolia into the higher district and, there's 75 feet of just a flat elevation of 2-story. And we're not presenting that. We're just not presenting that.
So giving something different to the neighborhood when our standards have us making sure that we are giving something that's comparable to the neighborhood becomes the challenge, right? Because ultimately there's, if I may,
of course.
A conversation that's being had. And do you think it's unfair to say that your house is dominating the conversation?
I don't. I think that the way that the square footage of the footprint on the ground. I mean, we're only, was it 2,800 square feet? The footprint. And I think the layering and especially the close attention that we pay to the primary suite to keep it on the internal property line, I feel like it's pretty successful. But again, I'm going to be partial to it. But again, I would never present a home to this commission. I mean, Chrissy, I served as the design review chairman for 6 years on historic landmarks. So I have really based, the philosophies of our firm, especially presenting it to you guys, based upon what I've seen come through on that and what I've seen come, through here as well as you have. So, it's a great conversation to have. I don't know if I have an answer to solve it. In terms of it being different, I do feel like the historic precedence that we are giving in Dilworth, which is unlike any other neighborhood. And, we see the Cotswolds and we see the districts or the neighborhoods that don't have the districts. I mean, they're just getting blown up with square footage boxes. The beauty of Dilworth and the beauty of what we were tasked with in this project is we have such a rich environment to pull from. So did we necessarily maybe get a little too fussy with some of the characteristics of the neighboring homes that we brought into this? That could be a conversation. But we also wanted this house to kind of go a little bit quiet. And I think from the comments that we got, and I know we really shouldn't be addressing the previous submittal, but it was really helpful to hear the comments. We really, from that first iteration to this one, really want this house to go a little bit more quiet. And to almost, when you walk up to it, almost feel like you're taking a pause compared to some of the other ones. But Dilworth is rich with its historic precedents, and we're fortunate enough, especially on a corner lot, which adds a whole nother complexity to this project. We feel like we created a strong case for the commission to hopefully carefully consider, moving forward with something of this, irrespectful of, you guys not being in deliberation yet, where you have your time to honestly have a conversation. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed. Who would like to kick us off?
Why don't we speak high level first, right? So we are in a position where, to Garrett's point or perspective, the context around him is more of a cruise ship type style, right? A cruise ship type precedent or context. And the reason I ask the question about massing and height and all of the other things that we have kind of addressed high level in regards to the context is so that he could speak to why this appears a little different to us. And he did, right? The challenge is, and I know I would imagine that it's difficult for an artist who is also a gifted architect to fall into the box of that cruise ship type style. The challenge is, and he admittedly says, that is the context. And so with that being the context, there's not an architectural style that says cruise ship. However, there's a height, there's a width, there's a setback, there's void versus solid space when we are when we're looking at the elevations that present themselves to the street, right? And so these are the kinds of things that we have to take into consideration because we are held by that standard. Now, I believe as a gifted architect and designer that maybe there's an opportunity to split the difference, to be able to give something that adheres to the precedent that has been set by historic homes. And I can't stress that enough. Two things, by the way. Historic homes are the precedent, that they are the benchmark, not new homes. And it doesn't matter what the zoning is because historic supersedes all of that, right? So based on this need, this desire to insert something new into the conversation, the Secretary of Interior Standards speaks to that it could be differentiated, new construction. However, it also has to be compatible. So, there is a difference between, looking at what we have before us and scaling it down so that it is meeting both height and width, and not, let's stay there for a moment. It's meeting the context of both height and width. And maybe you can add something that differentiates it from what's there, but we can't do that on high level things. The first part of our standards here is context. It speaks to context. So we have to start there because, look, if you want to do something a little different when we get down to the details, that is something that we can take into consideration, but we can't start with context. It has to fit, be compatible with its surrounding environment. So this is where we are. I don't think we can get to the fun stuff because the fundamentals are still just not there.
Commissioner Parati, yep, go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Parati. I think it just speaks to, we can't get beyond 6.1 to 6.4 and the massing and the context. And I really want to reiterate this 360-degree context. It's the immediate surrounding. So, for example, we didn't discuss this in detail, but I see that 1932 Dilworth Road West is wider. That's been part of the argument, but it is also a lot shorter. If you look at, well, it's not nearly as tall. It's if you go to slide 24, I'm sorry, slide 23. You see the difference. I mean, yes, it's wider, but it's not even perceptible that it's wider because it's so much shorter. So again, it speaks to the massing and the complexity of form, but all those things that are high level, as Commissioner Parati just said. We can't pick and choose just the individual details like that one's wider. We have to look at it holistically, and we can't, and I want to speak for a minute to the scale reducing techniques. That is not something we do until we achieve 6.1 through 6.9. It's only then that we start going into scale reducing techniques of it's like in construction, if we start to put up the light fixtures before the drywall is finished. It's that analogy to me that we can't start reducing the scale when the scale is too big to begin with. And you can't, there's only so much you can do.
May I suggest framing it this way? We can't reduce the perception of the scale of the massing when the massing itself is just too big. It's just too much. After we get the massing to a level that meets the standards, then we would welcome the conversation about the scale reducing techniques and the way to adjust the perception, which clearly you've given an enormous amount of thought to. But the underlying massing itself is not in the context that we are seeing. Again, if you want to bring us back more information and show us those perspectives, show us additional information, we're absolutely willing to hear it. What I am seeing is that this is out of context for those reasons.
So does anybody have any anything other than what's been stated regarding the height, width, massing, scale, that they would like to discuss? Because I think that gets us, the grounds or the basis for a motion. It doesn't sound like anyone has any other sticking points. Because we're not ready to go into any details as was mentioned. All right, so,
So I want
oh, go ahead.
to, you would put slide 11 up.
Commissioner Whitlock, will you, can you turn your mic?
Yeah,
Thank
slide
you.
11. So I'm just looking at that and I keep thinking that the Dilworth Road elevation is less challenged than the Magnolia elevation. And I think if you look at this, you can imagine, you know, standing there on the sidewalk or looking at it, get a feel for what we're talking about. So I think as we formulate this, I think that, you know, we might be able to focus a little bit on helping them know some details of where to look for these concerns we have.
Thank you,
I think
Commissioner.
I will say, I think that they did a good job with presenting this, and I think that there's a way to get there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. I agree completely. So do we have considering what's been shared and discussed, do we have a motion you'd like to float?
I'm sorry, I need clarification. Commissioner Whitlock, when you say we need to help them figure out how to get there, what, for example, what would be one of your nuggets?
It gets into designing.
That's what I was thinking, right?
I think he was just giving them direction on, focus on the
That's-
Magnolia side of things.
That's right.
Okay,
Exactly.
that's the clarification I needed.
I mean, just to say that it's massing and context and, you know, let's maybe be a little more specific about it.
On the Magnolia side of things is really the sticking point.
Okay, thank
And that
you.
goes to what everyone said earlier about more information. about-
That's, yeah, exactly. And that's why I needed clarification because I thought we said that. Yeah, okay,
Perfect.
thanks.
So with that, do we have a motion that we would like to float? Looks like,
Take a stab at it.
thank you.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following standards for context, 6.1 to 6.4, to restudy the design to align with the immediate 360-degree view context for the 6.2 preamble. And also for setback 6.5 to, we didn't address this really, but it was mentioned in the staff comments, provide site plan with all the setback details and making them consistent, including the right side front to the thermal wall. And per 6.5, number 1, provide the setback to the thermal wall of the adjacent home. For massing and complexity of form, 6.8, number 1 and 2, simplify the massing and complexity of form. The design should not be taller, wider, and deeper than the surrounding structures. Goes back to the 360-degree context. For height and width, specifically numbers 1 and 3. Height and width, I'm sorry, 6.9, number 1 and 3. That also references the 360, but also design the new building to respect the existing width of original structures in the district, and the width should be no more than 10% of the average width of other historic buildings within the subject block. And I think on that one, I need to add that my point that I made earlier, which was the equivalent that the two-story massing of this being not as wide as the existing structure is not equivalent to the existing home having a porch that is only one story included in that width, that it overall has a lot less massing. So I just want to make that point as part of our motion. 6.12 for foundations, that to provide a foundation details and foundation and water table height details that are consistent throughout the structure. I know the applicant mentioned revising that to meet that comment that the staff had. I think, well, I can stop there, I think. Did I miss something?
I'd like to add a friendly amendment that we include the preamble for 6.9 as well. It speaks, because of this application being height or width, it speaks to height and width and why the two are important. I would also recommend including 6.10, which talks about scale. And I would include the Secretary of Interior standards focusing on 9 and 10.
Thank you. Accepted. Had that on my list.
All right. All right. And do we want to mention that we have not considered any other details of this application?
Yes, we are not including the accessory structure in this. We've not reviewed that or any of the other details on materials or doors and windows.
Okay. All right. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
She's not part,
Oh,
not part of this right now. She joined.
I meant Commissioner Hawkins. Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Motion to continue passes 7-0.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you all.
If I could say one more thing, I want to thank you all you just took a lot of time and careful consideration and great conversation regarding this project. And for what it's worth, I do appreciate your time and your attention to detail on this. So we look forward to the continuation. So thank you for working with us on it.
We appreciate partnering with you as well.
Good luck, Commissioner Parati, with your future endeavors.
Thank you.
We have a quick announcement. We received word that the applicant for agenda item number 5 is electing to defer to the June meeting. They have a flight to catch in like an hour. So they won't be able to be with us. And then I wanted to ask if anybody would like a break before we do our next new construction. Yes, our big cases. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Good? Okay, thanks. Okay, and we are back from break. Chair Hawkins, did you want to swear in any new participants before we get started? I think we're looking for Angie Lauer. Are you with us? Hi, Angie. Do you have video?
Yeah.
Hi, Angie. Were you sworn in already?
Yes, I have.
Okay, perfect.
Do you want me to still go ahead and?
No, she's been sworn in, so we're good. Angie, I think we're getting a little feedback from your computer. Can you?
Okay, still?
Is everyone mic's off?
Yes. Oh, that's good.
Elizabeth? Okay.
What about
Okay,
now?
That's so much better. Thank you. Okay, this next application is 2225, the Plaza. And the commission approved demolition with a 365-day stay on December 11th, 2024 for this site. And the proposal is a new construction of a single-family residence and a new detached accessory building in the rear yard. All the information about the height, the setbacks, there's a left side yard setbacks not provided. There's some information about proposed materials. There is an oak tree in the middle of the rear yard proposing to be removed. There is a certified arborist letter for that tree. And then there's information about the accessory building. Given the grade of the site, there will also be a very significant retaining wall needed to support the accessory structure. And again, it's new construction. There's information that staff has done with looking at maybe additional information that might be needed on page 3, information about widths and setbacks. And then there's a lot of detail information needed, but I know the commission, and rightly so, starts with the big information first. So with that, Angie, I will turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208. Thank you very much.
On slide 8, let me know where to go next.
Perfect. So as Christy mentioned, not to reiterate everything, but there has been a 365-day stay placed on the existing structure. Currently, the house is technically unoccupied, but it is occupied. We provided evidence to commit to staff that there are homeless folks living in and on the property. It is deemed unsafe. We do have a structural engineer's report for that. So that's in the demolition application. We did provide some of the existing photos, slide 9 and 10, just as a point of reference so that you can see some of the existing conditions of the house. Now, these photos are quite old. It has deteriorated greatly in the short amount of time. I believe these photos were taken in June of last year.
Hey, Angie, can I interrupt you, please? We're not talking about the demolition at all today, just the new construction. Thanks.
But the reason I point this out is because there are some features that we want to replicate. And so that's the reason for these slides, like the siding, the materials, that we do want to use some of these similar components. So while it's going to be demolished, we do want to use similar or matching details of what's here. So that's the only reason for that. So I know that time is of the essence, and I will jump into slide 15, if you will. So some of the context neighboring homes we looked at as inspiration. So they're 2219, 2215, and 2127 have front-facing Gables 2127 in particular, which is the bottom right-hand corner of slide 15, you can see has a similar style to what we are proposing, not an exact copy, but a similar style. I'm going to jump to slide 17, please, which is the site plan, which I believe most of these comments are based on. So the existing house front to back, I believe, is 54 feet, and that's to the porch. And if you can zoom in, Christy, to see dimension, I believe there was some comment about not having side setback dimensions. It is on the plan. It shows at 5-foot side yard setbacks for both left and right. And in the very back of slide 17, back left corner, you'll also see that there is another dimension for the side setback as well.
Angie, your comment was the setback of the left side of the house from the property line, not the 5-foot rear yard or side yard is shown, but there's no dimension from the property line to the house. You did that over here on the right, but not the left, unless I'm missing it. Do you have that somewhere?
I do not, but as we're talking, I can probably get that. So we know that the lot width is, if you zoom in from the front, just if you can, the width, come down a little bit so it's a 66-foot wide lot. It's a 40-foot house. And you've got 11 feet on the side. So you're roughly 15 feet on the left, just math, if we can go that route. But I will get that exact dimension for you. So what we've done is the house is on the border of the district. To its east is a gas station. To its south is commercial. So slide 18, please, is a good indicator. So as you can see across the street, to the east is the gas station. To its south is commercial. There is also a multifamily project. We did that. ALB Design did that. And then to the west, there is Mimosa Avenue. So we do have dimensions of front. Now, these are just GIS dimensions. We don't have an exact survey, but best we can tell, you have from property line to the front of the house, we've got dimensions that range from 31 feet to 32, 33 feet front to back. The gas station obviously is not in the district, although it is 56 feet. And then as far as widths, slide 19, please.
Angie, can I just make one clarifying point? The setback shown here is to the current house, right? Not to the new proposed house?
Correct. This is all existing, right? So this is as existing based on Polaris and the GIS information.
Okay.
Whoops. Slide 19 includes the width as well as the distance from property line, not from curb, but from property line to what we assume to be the front of the adjacent homes. The widths of these existing adjacent structures on the same block face vary from 33 to 39 feet in width. But I am going to point out, I know that in the previous application, there was mention about a 360 view. We also did include that, but we only included, there's only one house across the street, which is 41 feet in width. So again, like for like, because we don't have anything that is immediately across the street, other than the corner of the plaza and Mimosa on the southwest corner of the site. We did include that as 41 feet. That project, as you all are familiar, is a Jessica Hyman addition that was done, correct me if I'm wrong, a few years ago. So
it predates me, and I came here in 2014.
Okay.
So it's a long time ago.
It's been a while. It's been a while. But it was a previously approved historic project. And, to my colleague, Jessica, kudos to her. It's a great addition to that house. So we did include that because we wanted to show that because there is nothing directly across the street, that there is a point of reference at an eyes view with a 360 degree. So that just as a point of reference. So moving forward with our particular study, the house itself compared, the new house compared to its existing house is only 30 inches taller. Can you go to slide maybe 21 or 22 where it shows the site section? 23, excuse me. So 23, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of slide 23, you'll see a shading. And the shading is the existing structure that is superimposed onto what is a proposed structure. It does sit 11 feet further forward, but it does also sit 4 feet shallower. So there's a juxtaposition. So the delta of the length of the house is only about 6 or 7 feet in difference in overall length. The existing home had a very beautiful front porch with cheek walls for entry. We want to replicate that. There is a detail that I think is in the district. It sits well with this particular property. So it is masonry with concrete caps. We do want to match and copy that. You can see the delta of the heights. So the ridge height, if you can zoom in on that, Christy, on the bottom right-hand slide of slide 23, there is only a 30-inch difference from ridge to ridge of what is existing versus what is proposed. The main difference is you have a side gable versus a front gable. And I explained to you that there's other homes on the street that have front-facing gables versus side-facing gables. So perspective is a little skewed on that, but we wanted to basically, show you that we were doing side gables as well as the front gable to gain just a little bit of area on the proposed upper story. So it's still considered a 1.5-story house. The garage, I know I'm going to tap into the garage. As you look at this accessory structure that is also part of this application, it is lower, but the grade does change. So there's going to be some challenge with the grade. The back wall of this garage will become retaining. There's no doubt, and we'll have to work out the exact details, but it will, whether it's poured concrete with stucco or masonry, at this point yet to be determined, but design-wise won't change in its elevation. So it is nestled into the ground, and the grade does change on this property significantly. So we are working within the perimeter, the neighboring on the left, which is the west side, as far as grade is concerned. There's also some very large trees along the driveway. So if you're coming up and the reason the driveway is skewed as it is, there's a very large tree on the neighboring property, kind of in the middle, right around where Christy's got her cursor. And so we want to make sure that we do protect those trees. They are not coming out at this time, but they are not on our property, not as far as we can tell. There is some room to shift the house to the east, should we need to, for this driveway, because we do have 11 feet. We can go up to 5 feet and shift the house to the right or to the east if we did need to. But as far as placement, what we wanted to do was keep the original carriage tracks that are there on the site plan. It is noted they are 16 inches wide. They might, for current cars, need to be a little bit wider. I'll confirm with staff what we need to do, but they're basically going back in their existing location. And the reason for the skew is because of the trees. This particular garage, in its exact design, height, window, fenestration, was a previously approved garage that we have done at 1910 Ewing. Everything is almost exact, I would say, to a previously approved accessory dwelling. So let's see, setback, elevation, materials. We are looking at either a hardy or a woodlap siding, but to match the same exposure of some of the photographs that you've seen in the previous slides. To do a cedar shake in the gables, again, kind of reminiscent of the homes that are in the district. Roof form is very, very simple. You've got a front facing gable, you've got cross gables left and right. So yes, so slide 21 shows front elevation. You've got the walls, the little bulkheads going up to the front door, all masonry, wood rails. Now there is a question about the front porch, whether right now it is shown with brick and possibly a brick paver or a poured concrete. Although currently there is a wood front porch that we would probably consider. I'd have to consult with my client on that, but it is a possibility to change that if need be. The detailing would change slightly, so you'd have a skirt on the brick foundation, but currently it is shown as brick perimeter with a brick inlay or concrete, poured concrete internally, which again is an approved finish for the floor. Windows are 3/1. The existing windows were 6/6, but they were vinyl replacement windows, and we didn't feel that 6/6 was an appropriate style for this. So based on survey of homes of this style, 3/1 would have been more appropriate. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing. Apologies. On the back, we do have a screened porch. Details to be determined on the exact screening material, but we do want that as a screened porch. We don't need a rail so that you're less than 29 inches to grade. So it would be full screen on the back. I'm sure there'll be a crossbar in there just for safety. Brick foundation to remain unpainted, a masonry veneered fireplace, asphalt shingles roof. Materials are consistent with other materials that wood fascia, wood boxing, wood trim, all the window trim and details to be resolved. Window manufacturer to be determined, although work with staff on. The beam and column details, again, on the front, we want to match what's there. So we have an existing photograph of the columns that on the front elevation. So we do want to match the detail of the front. So Christy, if you would go to slide 11. That's it, slide 11. So we do have an interesting detail. We do want to pay homage to this house, although it is not in great shape, as you know. So detailing to match existing, and we have actual dimensions of it, as you can see. Gutters and downspouts, yes, I'm sure there will be gutters and downspouts on this, and yet we can work with staff to be determined. The fence, so as far as the fence on the current right-hand side, it's a chain link fence, and we don't have an exact fence detail. I think there's a fence on the back that would be removed. And then on the left-hand side, again, work with staff on the exact detailing of the fence at this point. We talked about the driveway dimensions. It is noted on the very front of slide, or bottom right-hand of slide 17. The existing path is 16 inches wide. I do believe we need to go a little bit wider for current vehicular access. The accessory structure, as I said, it was a previously approved garage that we've used in the district before. Felt that it was very, very compatible to this particular site. The retaining wall, again, structurally to be designed at this point, whether it's poured concrete or block. If it's taller than 4 feet, has to be engineered, and we believe it will be somewhere around 4.5 feet or so, and it's noted on the elevations. Let me make sure I have everything. I do. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Marilyn, do we have any other callers? Just the applicant. Okay. Angie, does the property owner want to speak?
They are on, and I would love for them to at least sign in and acknowledge if they would. Jennifer and, yeah.
Have y'all been sworn in? Jennifer, have you been sworn in?
No.
Are you wanting to speak or just wanting the commission to know that you're here?
I was just wanting the commission to know that Felicia Brower and I are here to support Angie on this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Okay, over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Do we have anyone?
That was it. Yeah.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I'll kick it off. Hi, Angie.
Hello, and I don't want you to go.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll stay. Say you'll stay.
Well, at least for one more meeting. But in the meantime, let's see if you want me to say after this.
Oh, no.
So actually, let's just start with the questions because, we've been talking a lot about context today. And please forgive me if you've already stated this and I missed it, but we have a house that is both taller and wider than the houses within its context. It's closer to the street being taller and wider. So my question to you, Angie, would be, why do we need to make an exception for this particular project?
So I knew that was going to be your question, Kim. So as far as I know. So as far as its location on the site, because it is on the edge of the district, it does back up to a commercial gas station. I think that the exception to move it forward would not be opposed, by anyone. Honestly, I think there's also a lot of the sidewalk curves, I believe, at that point. So moving it forward a few feet, I think actually helps to announce where the district starts versus moving it back. Although we can shift it back a few feet, we just get into a grade issue in the back. We were going to try to keep the large tree in the back, but we can't. So we have a tree letter to remove this very, very large tree in the center of the lot. And so by moving it forward initially was to protect the tree. Moving it back, we have a grade issue. And what we don't want to do is create a well in the backyard. So for that one reason, as far as its width is concerned, there are other homes on the block that are as wide, or they're 39, they're up to 39 feet. And they have scale left to right. We have scale in front, right? So if you look at, let me just look at 2205 and you see, I think I mentioned that house was like 38 or 39 feet in width. And so what you have is you have a side facing gable versus a front facing gable. So when you talk about scale, right? So the scale of that scales on its side where we scale to the front, right? So the front facing gable has scale as it comes down. So as far as its overall width, we do have 40 feet left to right. So it is only a foot wider than on the block. Although if you look at the 360 degree across the street, that house is wider in its overall dimension. And it also scales vertically as well as horizontally. So I knew you were going to ask this question and I'm prepared for that answer. So it is on the edge. It's right there. It almost announces the neighborhood, but you can't see it because of the gas station.
Sure. How do you think it relates to the house on the left?
So the house on the left currently has an addition on it that is not on this survey. And I don't know if we have a current photo of it attached, but that has a second story added to it. But as its historic neighbor, the boxings do align. So I don't know if Christy, if you're able to pull up the current Polaris view, it might help Kim see its adjacent house. And it might also be in some of my context photos, but it is currently a second story.
It
Yeah, it
is,
would
but
be
it's not the historic height of the
Yeah.
I
house.
know, I understand that. I do understand that. So if you look at 2201 and you look at the height of 2201 at the end of the block, from grade on the left or the right, you see that it's like 20 something feet. Christy, if you can zoom in on slide 20, right there where your cursor is. So left or right dimension, you have 25 feet from grade, and ours, I believe, is a 26 and change. So it is not much taller than the end cap of the block.
But it's also narrower.
Well, it is, but it's longer, right? So you have, like, you were talking about scale and massing earlier, I believe, right? You can't have one or the other. Well, this works in both directions. So it's scaled to the front, scaled in height, scaled in depth. And if you look at its footprint of the existing house, currently, as I said, the existing house, it's only 30 inches taller, which is kind of where the benchmark is, if I'm not mistaken, for some additions where we do a second floor addition. We like to stay at 30 inches or under, right? That's kind of the unspoken benchmark for adding a second floor or adding vertically to a structure. So
And I'm sorry, that's like apples to oranges. This is new construction, so.
well, I understand that, but it's the existing house to the proposed house. We're 30 inches. We're 30 inches taller than what was there before.
I'm gonna turn it back to the commission.
I understand. I understand. So, you know,
Redirect the commission to page 3.
what's
Thanks.
page 3? I'm sorry, Christy, what's page 3?
The staff memo.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Page 3. I'll get there too. Okay. So that's it. As far as, I'm sorry, Kim, if I hope I answered your question.
You gave a great answer, Angie. Thank you. I'm going to sit with this for now.
Other questions for the applicant? I see some commissioners thinking about it.
Okay, so let me go to item 2B, where it says the proposed height is 26.6 and the tallest house is 25.6. So, you know, we're talking about 1 foot, 12 inches in perspective. So, you know, 3 cans of beans stacked on their ends. It's a good perspective that way.
You know, this goes back to what we were saying earlier, Angie. When you have something that's taller and wider and closer, it appears more massive. And, you know, one of the things I love about your presentations is that you always find a way to justify something that we would typically say absolutely not to, right? And so I hear you with it being on the edge of the district. There is language in our standards that speaks to that, but we can't have all the things, right? And so when we're relating back to historic structures, to have something that's taller and wider and closer it's really hard to justify that. And again, we're talking context. We're talking Secretary of Interior Standards, numbers 9 and 10. And that's before we even get to the details. And so that is what has left us dumbfounded, I think, is that this is a pretty simple thing for us, you know, when it comes to relating structures back to historic homes, not additions or not, you know, the gas station, but to historic homes. So it's a bit of a challenge to move past that.
So I respect that. And I can understand if it was consistent across the front but there is movement front to back. So the perception, even though that physical dimension is there, the perception of you've got a room that projects out, you've got a porch that sets back, there's movement front to back as well as left to right, which relates to scale, right? And how it's perceived. And it, you know, if you look at some of the examples that were presented in the slides of the context, you know, they have simple front porches. This has a simple front porch with a side room. So there's not just, it's not coplanar on that 40-foot width dimension. There is movement left to right. But yes, being on the edge of the district does allow for some forgiveness in that. And if there is a separation issue that needs to be separated from its house to the west, which is the house on the left, then it could be slid closer to the gas station, you know, 11 feet, trying to preserve some planting, some of the trees that are there. But, you know, if it needs to shift a little bit to the right and shift back a little bit, I mean, I have no problem doing that, you know, to give it some separation from its neighbor. But if you look at all of the homes, they're tight together because that's how the street was designed. And I'm not sure if all the properties are 66 feet wide, but this one is, you know, 66 feet wide, whereas the others might be a little bit narrower on the street. I'd have to confirm that with the GIS, but.
Sure. And there is some variation. I see that, right? Here's the other thing though. Like, we're looking at the closest setback. So let's say we're using the gas station. Let's go with that, right? The gas station setback is what, 56 feet. The house on the left elevation is 31 feet, 34, 32. We're talking about 26 feet and 6 inches from the property line to the
room.
Porch.
Right.
To the porch, 29 feet, which is still really close by comparison to the thermal wall. But we're not talking thermal wall, we're talking porch because that's the setback for all of these, correct?
Or whatever the GIS, you know, pointed to, yes. So you have 23 feet, right? But then it steps back to the thermal wall of that room is at 29 feet.
Right.
It goes back another 5 feet to the thermal wall.
So just in terms of the rhythm, right? Because I want to pick it up where you left it off, which is the language you're using, right? It undulates back and forth. This is so in my face, right? It's so in our face by comparison. There is no undulation there. It's just, it is incongruous with what is currently along that streetscape. So ultimately, okay, it's a little taller, it's a little wider, but it's at the edge of the district. It's also quite closer, which makes it appear more massive, right? It's like that's taller and wider. Our standards don't really allow for us to, as we just said in the last case, to do that, right? But let's say that we found the exception that you brought up, which I thought was great, is on the edge of the district. We're still adding another layer of that. It's like architectural Jenga, where not only is it taller and wider, but it's so much closer than anything else along that streetscape. So it makes it pretty difficult to even follow that line of thought with it being the closest, the edge of the district. It is, by all accounts, if we're looking at spacing, which we don't have those numbers, right? We don't have spacing. We're starting off with context. Let's just go through it, right? So we're starting off with context. Contextually, okay, maybe something, a case could be made for the actual style of the home, but it's taller and wider. So that's not really helping us. Then we get to setback. That's not helping us. We get to spacing. I don't know what the spacing is because we don't have that information. And so already it's pretty difficult to get past that because the first three, the most important ones, it doesn't fit.
So, I appreciate that. I appreciate that argument, that last screen that Christy had up, which showed kind of the comparison. So when you look at the very last slide, number 30, when you look at the widths of these houses compared to the width of the lot, right? So it's 33 feet is to 50, as 44 would be to 66, right? In just proportion. And so, if you look at the percentage of left to right coverage based on the lot width, we're less than what that percentage would be if the lot had been 50 feet wide. So if that is, a point of logic, then, you're looking at the 4 houses that are to the west, right? In this slide to paper south, but those lots are only 50 feet wide, but yet those houses consume more of the property.
Right. And I thought that was an astute point you made, right? Because you're so smart. And I saw that when I was reviewing the case. And yet, again, it only speaks to width. It doesn't speak to height and width, not height and then width. And it doesn't speak to height and width and setback.
So in essence, it does. So if you look at the original footprint of the house is actually in proportion only 7 feet longer in one direction. And so that to me also is proportion to its overall length. Now, does the house sit a little further forward? Yes. Could the house sit a little further back? Yes. Could it sit to the right? All these are yes. The reason it's placed where it is to give ourselves a little bit more buffer to the gas station. So again, in proportion, the 33-foot wide house on a 50-foot wide lot is really tight. You have barely a 10-foot or 8-foot driveway, and then you have a setback on either side. So if you look at that alone,
we can't look at that alone.
Yeah, I'm just going to defer to what
I know.
Chairperson Hawkins
We'll
said.
agree to disagree on that a little bit.
It's great. That's the point. It is not, to Chairperson Hawkins' point. We can't look at that alone. And to make concessions based on a well thought out argument for the height, or to make concessions based on a well thought out argument as it relates to width. And then to make concessions based on a well thought out, I don't know if the setback argument is as good as your height and width, right? However, when we include all 3 of those things together, Angie, it is just quite, even with your wonderfully clever way of positioning it, really hard to get past.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I know that we have grade concerns, and I don't mean grave like grade. The grade is an issue because of how the topography slopes. But again, if you're looking at, the stylistically, and I know that you're saying you can't get past that, the whole composition, but stylistically definitely fits the style of the street, definitely fits the style of the neighborhood. If it means that it has to be lower into the ground to achieve that and do something creative to the back, I'm absolutely open to those suggestions, but we do have grade issues. And so with grade, there's got to be some concession to the grade. Changing the pitch doesn't work, because changing the pitch of the roof then doesn't match the neighborhood, right? You either have these really, really shallow roofs, and again, something very simple in nature. So, cross gables, front gables, it couldn't get any simpler in form. So yes, if you go through scale, massing, form, fenestration, you go through the 8 or 9 items on the list, other than possible location on the site, does it check the boxes? I would say yes, but I'm biased.
Right. Thank you, Angie.
Okay, we could go on. I'm sorry.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed. I mean, Kim kind of laid it out. I think Krista, okay, yep.
I just want to clarify. So on the adjacent property that is not shown with the second story that Angie alluded to, and was that not, I get that the addition is not the original main ridge line, but it still is taller and went through.
Historic heights.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Right.
It's got to be the historic height, not the addition.
Right.
So you're looking at, that's why the Zotwell survey is great, because, I mean, it doesn't matter that it doesn't include this addition here, because you're comparing historic to historic. And quite frankly, if, you know, this is helpful for her argument for the 66-foot wide lot to width. But quite frankly, since this does have an addition, you probably wouldn't want to consider this one for height because it would be considered a non-historic height.
So
Does that make
devil's
sense?
advocate a little bit. I mean, I guess what I'm struggling with is, I don't remember a situation like this, this, you know, this exact scenario before, but it's almost like she's.
Just consider this not historic for sake of discussion. If that's the concern, consider this not historic anymore. And you're comparing this house to these 4 houses in terms of height. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then you're comparing, you can, in terms of height, you can, this is not historic. It still maintains its historic width. But my staff memo, I believe, is really thorough and really lays out some good points. And I believe this is a very cut and dry case that we should just wrap up real soon.
As do I. So, and, you know, in the interest of being fair and consistent in how we apply these standards, as we said only moments ago, that contextually, the size of this home does not fit. Setback, this home where it sits on the lot does not fit. Spacing, we don't have that information. Orientation is fine, massing and complexity of form, per the other points, is incongruous. So, and as is scale. So I would like to stop there. And if I were to craft a motion, I would focus on those items and ask for a continuation to address them, because everything after that will be impacted by that.
I'm in full support of what you just mentioned.
So I make a motion to continue this application for a restudy of how this house fits within the context of the 360-degree context. 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. I would also say that the setback needs to be in keeping with the historic homes along this site. 6.5, we need information including on the spacing of the houses along this lot. 6.6, and that there needs to be a restudy of the massing. 6.8. And for good measure, 2 of my favorites, Secretary of Interior Standards, 2.5, numbers 9 and 10. I will also say we have not, we are not addressing anything past what I've already stated, because those items will surely be impacted with a restudy of the items that have already been listed.
Did you mean not to include height and width?
So thank you, Chairperson Hawkins. I do want to include height and width, and that's 6 point what? 9. All right.
Motion made by,
I don't know the process for this. We forgot to announce that Commissioner Kerm rejoined us at 3:20 when we came back after break. So I just want to clarify that she is here when you call for a vote, and she has been here throughout this whole case.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for forgetting to mention that too. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 8-0. Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
Our next application is 916 East Park Avenue. Is the applicant with us? He's online. Perfect. Hi, Mr. Mills, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, well, we'll start there with our chair. If anyone else is online or in the room, even if we can't hear you, please raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And do you have can you turn on your video by any chance?
There we go. I think. I'm trying to figure that out now.
Okay, while you're working on that, can you state your name and your address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Damon Mills, 916 East Park Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. And I'll turn this over to Elizabeth Lammy, who will be presenting this case.
Great.
Hello, everybody. Today I'm presenting 916 East Park Avenue, and this project involves driveway and walkway changes. The project consists of 3 parts. The first is replacing the front porch steps with a neutral tan-colored stone and increasing the width of those steps and taking up the entire span of the main entry door. The second part is concrete steps and cheek wall replacement. These are primary steps going from the walkway in the front yard to the public sidewalk. These concrete steps will be replaced with the same neutral colored stone that was used for the front porch steps. And the cheek walls will change to have a diagonal stone cap. The third part of the project is the front walkway replacement. The original walkway from the steps of the front porch to the public sidewalk is concrete. And then the secondary walkway going from the primary walkway to the driveway to the left was brick. And both of these walkways will be replaced with a curvilinear concrete paver walkway that is all the same width. A simple black metal handrail will be added to the top of each cheek wall. We can improve that, so you don't need to consider that. And this work has an after the fact review, so the commission will be reviewing it as if the work has not yet occurred.
And Mr. Mills, is there anything you'd like to add to the presentation? The pictures are shown starting on slide 8 with some before and after aerial images. If you scroll down.
Yeah, so I put together, our point of view, kind of an uneducated opinion. We inherited this violation, unfortunately. So it never dawned on us that the mixture of the materials was an issue until we found out, 6 months after we owned the home, that it was a problem. So, I put together an argument that I thought kind of made sense from an admittedly uneducated, point of view, where I didn't honestly feel like these changes were that significant in changing the, historical nature of the home. Certainly after reading the staff's opinion, the opinion makes sense, and we're prepared to accept whatever the ruling of the commission is. I guess I would like to know if there's any way to explore parsing it, if there was a chance where, the sidewalk could be replaced, but maybe the steps did not have to be, or the lower steps could remain, and the front porch steps could get replaced, just to limit, some of the demolition and the rebuilding that would have to be done. But like I said, I don't have really anything new to add. I read the staff's opinion, and everything kind of makes sense to me. So, like I said, we're prepared to accept the ruling of the commission. And
All
I
right.
apologize if I'm not on video.
We see you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't see me, so. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chrissy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against? Nope. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? I think this looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah. He did inherit it. Yeah.
I completely understand your chagrin of realizing this is as you said, an inherited violation. I love that phrase. And it is certainly a violation. And I appreciate your respect for the staff's analysis. I think it's pretty much consistent with where this commission will land as well.
All right. Well, it's been a long day for you guys already, so no reason to waste any more time.
All right. Any other questions before we close for deliberation?
Oh, I do. I'm sorry if I may. So it looks like I know where this is headed. Well, how will we go about addressing the change options or the changes? And will that be a full review, or is that something that could be done via administrative review?
That's a great question. It will depend on how the commission votes, but rest assured that the staff will reach out to you. Next week, we write an official decision letter, and then Elizabeth will hold your hand through the process of the next steps. We won't leave you hanging.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. We are now closed for deliberation.
Okay.
You guys, I think this is pretty straightforward, and staff did a great job. So I see Cameron, you're nodding. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Okay. I move that we deny this application. I'll go through the three portions of the denial and the reasons for them. For the first portion, the material change and width increase of the front porch steps. We're going to deny this because it's incongruous with the design standards for porches 4.8, number 2, masonry 5.5, numbers 2 and 4, and the Secretary of Interior standards, numbers 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Can you also share the facts?
Certainly, I'll share the facts as noted by staff. The existing house is brick. Stone is not used on any other location of the building. The existing brick front porch steps are not high style, but simple in form. And increasing the width of the steps and changing the material to stone elevates the style of the steps and does not match the character or traditional materials of the historic house.
All right, we have a motion for decision number 1 by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny decision 1 passes 8-0. Decision 2, do we have a motion?
I'm up with regard to decision 2, changing the form and material of the primary and secondary walkways. I recommend, I move to deny the application. Given that the form and material change of the primary and secondary walkway is incongruous with design standards for sidewalks and parking, 8.2, numbers 1, 2, and 7, masonry, 5.5, numbers 2 and 4, private sites, number 8.1, landscaping and lawns, 8.2, number 10, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, number 2, 3, 4, and 6. Noting in association with that, the recommended facts as provided by staff. Should I read them into the record?
If you may just say, as listed 1 through 5.
In the memo, 1 through 5.
Yep, perfect.
All right, decision 2, motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny decision 2 passes 8-0. Decision 3.
And finally, regarding the material change of the steps leading from the primary walkway to the public sidewalk, I move that we deny the application because the material change of the steps leading to the public sidewalk is incongruous with design standards for private sites, 8.1, sidewalks and parking, 8.2, number 7, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, number 2, 3, 4, and 6. Taking into account the recommended facts provided by staff that the original steps leading down to the public walkway are concrete and the material of the proposed new steps down to the public sidewalk is stone. The traditional material for steps to the right of way into the Dilworth neighborhood is typically concrete or brick.
All right, decision 3, motion made for decision 3 by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny decision 3 passes 8-0. Thank you, Mr. Mills.
I'd like to add, and I think as my fellow real estate broker on the commission, Commissioner Kern would agree that in the property disclosures, there is a line where it says that the house is in violation of zoning or an ordinance or something like that, right? And if they check no, you might want to look into that.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm well aware. Thank you. though.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying.
Have a nice day.
Thanks, you too. We'll be in touch. Thanks so
Okay.
much.
Bye-bye.
As previously stated by Christy, the applicant for case number 5 has deferred. So we are moving on to case number 6, 1824 South Mint Street. And Raul, I believe you're online. Hi, Raul. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, awesome. Okay. Well, this project 1824 is a second floor rear addition. It was continued from the December meeting. This application does need a decision today, as it is up against its 180 days. The applicant did provide an updated plan set. So site plan is on slide 4, existing conditions on slide 5, elevations on slide 6, and existing versus proposed on slides 7 through 9. as well as details, a floor plan on 10, I'm sorry, and details on 11. The applicant also provided a supplement information, which is on starting on slide 7, I'm sorry, of the supplement information. So it's an updated site plan with the square footage laid out on the site plan of the upper story addition and a massing and scale detail. Raul, if you'd like to tell me where you'd like, first state your name and address for the court reporter, and then which slide you'd like to start on of the main presentation.
Okay, so my name is Raul Navarro, address 1824 South Mint Street. On slide number, one second. Can see number 1, 2, 3. We're gonna build an addition because the owner wants a new master bedroom and a bathroom. And we plan on using the same materials used on the main house to make the addition.
Okay. I'm sorry, Raul, who else is speaking?
It's Raul, it's my dad. He's also the builder for this property.
Okay, if he would like to state, has he been sworn in?
Yes, he has. But
okay,
yeah, he's,
if he would like to speak, then can we get his name and address as well?
Okay, que digas tu nombre y la dirección.
Raúl Navarro, address 1824 South Main Street.
Thank you. Okay, you can continue with your comments.
So yeah, I was saying we were gonna use the same materials that we used on the main house to make the addition.
Siding de madera, ventanas de madera.
So wood, I mean, lumber, windows, lumber siding.
Okay.
Materiales iguales a la casa existente.
Sí, eso ya lo dije.
Okay.
So this project was continued for context and massing and scale. Can you explain to the commission maybe why you decided to represent the original design instead of restudying it to make it seem smaller or bring it down in scale and massing?
Yes, one second. Dice que porque usamos el mismo plano para hacer la nueva edición, un nuevo plano.
Díganme que el arquitecto nos hizo el diseño basado en ese mismo plan.
Yes, we did this because our architect used the same plan for the main house to make the addition.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the commission? You provided a scale and massing streetscape, it looks like. Would you like to explain this document?
Yes.
That was part of your supplement presentation on slide 8?
Que hay como un mapa de masa, de escala, que si quieres explicar eso. Que muestra como la altura de toda la casa y todo.
No, tú tienes el plano ahí. Dígale que es que el arquitecto no nos pudo acompañar hoy.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to comment on this. The architect couldn't tell me anything.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess we have some unknown callers, it looks like. Unknown callers, if you're calling for 1824 South Mint Street, can you state your name and your comments? Okay. It doesn't seem like any of the unknown callers would like to speak on this case, so I'm going to send it over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, we have to you cannot hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hear you.
Okay, thank you.
We have to make a decision on this today, so that's why we're
Yes.
hearing this case. All right. Any questions for the applicant? If there are no questions, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation.
I feel kind of, I'm a little, well, nothing was changed, right? So, and the architect didn't change it, and the architect isn't here to speak on behalf of their clients. So is there anything we can do to help or no? We're kind of, our hands are tied. However,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kristen.
Yeah, our hands are tied. It's what we typically do is go through the reasons for continuance.
Sure. Okay.
It's happened before and we just encourage them to resubmit and work with staff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is where we are. Thank you, Kim, for saying the hard thing. As Commissioner Parati mentioned, we've given the reasons for continuation, and because they were not addressed and nothing new was submitted, I think we're left with making a decision that we cannot move forward with approving this application. So we definitely encourage the applicants to resubmit, work with their architect, work with staff before they resubmit, so that they could have potentially success in the future. So with that, does anyone have a motion they would like to float?
I'll take a run at it, but I'll need help. I move to deny this application, given that it is incongruous with the Secretary of Interior standards for massing and scale, which is 6.10 and 6.8. It includes coplanar walls. It is lacking specification for the windows and doors. It is lacking information about any contextual appropriateness, and that speaks to SOI standards 6.1 through 6.4. Let's see, eave materials are also, the detail of the eaves is also inappropriate. So that goes to, that'd be roof form materials. Okay, so that's 6.15 and 16. No, I'm reading the wrong number. 6.13, sorry.
Friendly amendment, I would add from the design standards for new construction additions, chapter 6, 6.2 through 6.24.
Thank you, accepted.
And Commissioner Holtz, you said inappropriate. I would say incongruous.
Thank you, incongruous with the standards, exactly. Accepted.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to deny passes 8-0. Raul, as mentioned, please make sure to work with staff and resubmit so that we hopefully will see you in the future
Okay.
in application. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 716 East Park Avenue. And I believe the applicants are joining us online. See Andrew.
Hey there.
Jacqueline
Yes,
with me.
Andrew's on. I don't think Jackie is going to be able to make it, so I'm happy to represent us today. And I did not hear the swearing in, so I'm happy to have my right hand up and ready when you are.
Excellent. And I see Gina. Gina, would you also be sworn in too, please?
Sorry. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Perfect. This next application was continued from the March meeting for the accessory structure and for window changes on the main house. I'm going to walk through everything with y'all. There was also a request that they restudy the transition of the front porch and come back with an alternative submittal. They have eliminated the accessory structure from the project and want to focus on the changes to the main house, both the windows and the porches. So the accessory structure has been withdrawn. Let me go down here to start on slide 12. Slide 12 is the left elevation at the bottom. I'd like to start there. Originally, this is the original opening. They had asked to remove that and put a new paired window over here. Their now revised plans are keeping the original opening and just adding a new window to provide more light in the kitchen. The original proposal from March was for a really large window. They do need it for egress on this side, but they've changed the size to match this on the lower level and be a casement. I did confirm with the applicants that this is not indicative of the design. The design will be the 6/6 to match, not this 4/4, but the size has been changed. The other thing that has been changed is if we go to the left elevation, they're adding a window right here. And then if we go to the rear elevation, again, nothing's changed here, still adding a window behind the chimney and the sliding glass doors. The only other change that was asked for was about the front porch. They're keeping the divisions and installing glass instead of screens. But if we go to slide 9, you can see this was the original wall. They're looking to case in this opening so that you can see the transition between this room to the next. It's difficult to see in plan view. You can see, however, the window addition on this right elevation. But if we go to the photos that they provided, this is standing in the porch looking towards the street. So those are the bushes out the front window. And then this is standing there looking towards the house, and you see the original front wall of the house. And then this is standing on the other side of the window and door on what's inside the house. So what they're proposing is to keep this beam here and extend this trim that exists on all 3 sides. You can see just a little bit of it here. And extend the trim across the bottom to keep that so it's really clear that this was an opening. And then they're also going to case out the opening both to show that this was part of the original house and to provide that transition between the brick and the drywall. I think those were the main key features. Andrew, did I miss something?
I think you did phenomenal. The only thing I would add, I think there was some question and the commission was looking for confirmation on how we would match the brick from the old brick to the new brick, and we were going to do a cold joint.
That's right. Yep. So that's
I think
also
that was it.
the right elevation, the left and right elevation page, which is slide 12. So right here, as suggested by our resident mason, Candace, they're doing a cold joint here. So it's really clear what the transition from the original house to the new is. Is there anyone else?
Thanks, Christy.
Thanks, Andrew. I see Gina. Is there anyone else unknown?
I'm not really here. I'm here, but I'm just kind of listening.
Okay, thanks, Gina. Anybody else, Marilyn?
There's one. Sarah is her name.
Okay, hi, Sarah. Are you calling in about 716 East Park Avenue?
I'm not, just listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? It looks like everything we asked was addressed. We're no longer considering the ADU or the accessory structure.
Yep.
Any questions? Okay, well, let's close for deliberation. So I guess just starting with the first item up for consideration, the reason why it was continued, application was continued. So windows explore the use of casements. We see that on the second floor, they're going to do that. Christie's highlighting there on slide 12.
And that will be a 6/6, not, or, right, it's not 6.
Yes.
That's a 6/6, yes.
It's going to be a 6. It's going to look like a 6/6.
Right. Okay.
Right.
To match up with the other windows.
And I would just, if you are leaning towards approving that, I would just include that as a condition.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thanks.
Next is on the first floor, maintain the existing historic window. Present a new alternative for the added window on the right-hand side elevation. Okay. So that was done. Excellent.
We should address the fact that we talk about no extra openings, but because primarily on a primary elevation, but because this is far back enough, we will allow it for that reason. I just think that should be on the record.
Okay, excellent. I agree. Next, we have provide a detail and or document how the new brick will have a definite separation, and we're already on that slide. Cold, what is it called again? Cold joint. Cold joint. Should make sure we mention that was done. And then for porches, restudy the transition of the front porch in the study and come back with a secondary submittal. And so that was done. They're gonna do some vertical casing. And I have to say this, because the porch is enclosed, why do we care?
So it's one of these like in-between spaces. It was originally an open porch that screens were added. So, Chris Barth mentioned how this was the original kind of technically front wall of the house. And so he wanted it to remain clear how the space has transitioned since you are allowing the screens to change to glass.
Okay.
And I think this is a very elegant approach to it. It makes it very clear and is reversible. It meets all of those standards that we care so much about when we are removing an original element of a building.
All right, so everything that, the reason for continuation have been addressed. Again, accessory structure was removed from consideration. So considering that, do we have anything else to discuss? Or do we have a motion that anyone would like to float?
I'll make a motion. Let's see. May need a little help with some of our details, but I move to approve this application. It is the proposed project's non-incongruous with the special character of the district. We move to approve with the following conditions: that the right elevation new window be 6/6 in style, if not, well, in appearance rather.
That's the casement window on the second level.
That is the casement window on the second level. Thank you, Christy.
Mhm.
And the application meets the standards for additions, 6.2, porches, 6.17, doors and windows, 6.15, and materials, 6.14.
I'd make one tiny, it's 6.20. It's additions.
Thank you. Amendment accepted. That's addition 6.20.
Do we want to mention the cold joint and the opening?
Oh, yes, we are.
It's shown on the plans. Yeah.
And I will add that details in terms of the cold joint and door openings, casings at the porch be addressed by staff. And we do need to provide, or the applicant does need to provide window trim details for fields of siding that meet HDC requirements. Please provide window and door specifications that also meet HDC requirements, as well as a final proposed brick and mortar sample to staff for probable approval. And new masonry is to remain unpainted.
Excellent. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion?
Do we want to add a friendly amendment about allowing that additional window opening on the right or on the left elevation due to the proximity, the location to the rear?
Absolutely. To Commissioner Lineberger's suggestion, an amendment, we are approving the right elevation window because it does sit farther back on that elevation when it is not necessarily as visible to the street.
Right. Amendment accepted by made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? By Commissioner Holtz. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0. Thank you.
We have one more tiny little case and then maybe a break. Okay, great. Our next application, I believe we're welcoming Angie back, is 1607 Dilworth Road, and I am passing the mic and mouse over to Candace.
Hi, Angie.
Hello again, folks.
Okay, this project is 1607 Dilworth Road West. And it is continued from the April meeting for the items listed. The applicant has provided updated drawings. On slide 5, you can see their new proposed front elevation. Existing photos on page 7 and 6 and 7, I apologize. Context on 8, site plan on 9 and 10. And then Angie has provided existing versus the April meeting, and then on slide 11, and then the April meeting versus today's proposed design on slides 12 for the front elevation. And then on slide 13, same thing again, existing versus April. And then on slide 14, Angie provides options for the timbering in the upper gable. So Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter once again, and let me know where you'd like to start.
Okay, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. Candace, thank you very much. So, took the comments from staff and from commissioners last meeting and had to restudy, I believe, really restudying the gable. Commissioner Barth had mentioned that there were, opportunities to study the half timbering in the gable pretty much. And then I believe Commissioner Wojcik had a comment about where the gable hit the vent in the existing brick. So we did restudy, and I wanted to present a couple of options. So we're going to talk about the gable, and then we'll talk about the porch. So I wanted to show that there's so many different ways to do half timbering. And on the original addition that was done in 2000 or 1990 something, where it shows that the side gable had a detail of a half timbering in this Tudor style of architecture. We did really want to pay homage to that. While it is not technically historic, but it's been there for a very long time. And, it almost has this iconic corner view. So having said that, in the studies that we've done, which is slide 14. So slide 14, what I wanted to show was that there's so many different ways to do the half timbering. We studied it with a rectangular window that matches the window 6/6, and then felt it is an option for the commissioners to review. But as you can see, so many different ways of styling. We felt that we really needed to make it less heavy, because if they were to paint it brown, for instance, like it is now, it has a complicated look to it. So we felt that its simplest form was to use the half round or circular window and stay with the half timbering pattern that we had suggested. We did change the pitch ever so slightly to remove it from its vent. So that was the option, because if you did it with the half timbering, there's no stopping point. Do you continue it around to the front? Do you continue it around to the back? So we felt that it was busy, although it followed the same window patterns, but that's the half timbering. Then on the porch issue was so that we didn't have to add anything to the porch. We restudied that, and we felt that just a flat roof on the front was the absolute best solution, kind of talking through with everybody, with staff having a preliminary, while it is our decision, we felt like it did not interrupt the rhythm of the house. I think that was mentioned before, that, that having that gable on the front really disrupted the original architecture of the house. So we eliminated that. We're going to do a flat, either a membrane roof or metal roof. We'll talk to staff about that. Just having the beams. The porch floor is existing. We're not changing it in any way, shape, or form, except for where the addition would be extended, and keeping it in its absolute simplest form. So you could see in the roof plan on slide There is currently the raised patio with the trellis over it. We're keeping that porch floor. That's it. Those were the only comments that I believe we had, was to restudy that. No changes on the right, except for that little roof extension that you see. And if we may work out the details with staff as far as the column cap base, the siding would be a mitered wood siding that as it is existing now.
Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome.
No callers.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Hi, Angie. It's Commissioner Sullivan.
Hello.
I really appreciate the restudy on the half timbering and the window in that gable. I think to your point about maintaining the historic kind of pattern or the existing pattern, that's been there a long time. I appreciate that you restudied it with the more right-angled half timbering and replacing the archtop window with a double hung. It feels, I should say, it seems more compatible just with the overall. I think what happens with this gabled roof over the porch is that once we dormer it out, it kind of changes the feel of the half timbering and the proportions. And just from my perspective and considering our standards, it seems more compatible in option. I think it's option 2 that you have. But I just wanted to say that I appreciate that, and I think that the flat roof over the porch also gives the impression of more compatibility with the existing structure, and it allows the main block of the house and the front facade to really shine, versus pulling your eye towards the newer construction aspect of it, which we're talking about right now. So just wanted to say that.
Well, thank you. That half timbering study was an exercise in what can we do, what can we not do, and then looking at so many different examples. You can do anything. There's no right or wrong answer. So, but appreciate your comments, Commissioner Sullivan.
All right. Other questions, comments for the applicant? If not, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. This is another straightforward one for me, you guys. I don't know about anybody else. I think at most we need to give some guidance on the option for the half timbering. But everything else everything has been addressed from the 2 items that we continued this for. So any other comments contrary or in addition to that?
I agree with Commissioner Sullivan's comments. It's exactly what I would have said.
Amen. Sounds like we're ready for a motion.
All right. I would like to make a motion to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district described in Chapter 3 of the design standards. The application has addressed the issues the comments brought up in the previous submittal, and we are approving based on materials 6.14, doors and windows 6.15, porches 6.17, and additions 6.20. With the following conditions, the applicant needs to submit a lap siding material sample to staff for probable approval, as well as a beam and column detail, window and door specifications, a patio floor material, which I believe we've discussed, and dimensions for window mullions.
Can we give direction on which option for on slide 14? Where they have timbering?
Yes, and the commission, based on our deliberations and discussion with the applicant, would like to approve option 2 on slide 14.
Can the commission also provide guidance on whether a TPO membrane roof or a metal roof is where we're leaning for the covered porch?
Oh. Talking about that.
Let's see, commissioners, we haven't discussed
I
that.
would think membrane would be more appropriate for that, and it would keep a low profile. That would be my suggestion, just because I think that element needs to fade into the background. And that's consistent with material, with Secretary of Interior standards on materials.
Commissioner Holt's commentary on a membrane roof is what we recommend to the applicant.
All right.
Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Sorry, Commissioner Sullivan, did you include the Secretary of Interior standards?
I'm sorry, for the roof materials?
Yes.
It would be roof form and materials 6.1, excuse me, 6.13.
And Secretary of Interior standards 2.5.
And Secretary of Interior.
2.5.
2.5. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hull?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0. Thanks,
Thank-
Angie.
Thank you. See you in a few.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Oh, okay, then never mind. No, be happy. Welcome. Positive, good vibes, coming our way then. Sorry, I didn't unmute you.
Yeah.
Hello, we are back from break, resuming with case application number 9, 528 East Kingston. The applicant has joined us in the room but needs sworn in. If you are in the room or have joined us online and you've not been sworn in, even if we can't hear you, please just raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay, and if you would make sure the green light is on.
It's on. Can you hear
It
me?
is pulled close to you so that we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
This application is for new addition onto an existing Victorian on the corner of East Kingston Avenue and Winthrop. It's known as the Williams House. It was constructed in 1910, and they are proposing a rear addition and an accessory building. Staff does not have many notes about the project, but given the size of the project taken together, it was just too much for consent agenda. So staff notes are on slide 3, and the presentation begins on slide 6. I will note that, just for the commission, the original garage to the house is located here. It's shown on the Sanborn maps. It's shown, let's see, slide 7 shows it, on the Sanborn map, and it's very dilapidated. So as we do with dilapidated structures, staff has the ability to say yes to demolition, kind of leaning, parts missing. It's one of those that would require rebuilding to redo. So, the commission's really just looking at the new construction that's proposed. We've got the demolition handled. Adjacent, this is a really excellent exhibit of adjacent structures. Let's see, do you want me to start on slide 7 with the site plan? Would that work?
Sure.
Okay.
That would be fine.
So we can start on slide 7 and then just let me know where you'd like to go. We have a lot of information from Sotwall surveys and as we get down, some 3D images that show, what the house will really look like. So with that, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and also spell your last name.
Sure. It's Jessica Heinman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, and my last name is H as in Henry, I-N, D as in David, M-A-N.
One thing I forgot to ask, would you like to enter your exhibits in now?
Yes, I was about to say, I'm going to start with that just because it'll take a second to get them distributed and
Okay.
out of respect for everybody's time. So I am introducing 2 exhibits. There are enough copies to meet the city attorney requirement for that. And the first exhibit is a response to staff analysis number 1. And the second exhibit is a response to staff analysis number 2. And staff analysis number 3, we can just do in discussion.
Okay, so staff analysis number 1 is height.
Additional dimensions. So that one's simple. Number 2 is historic examples of connections to like vehicle storage in Dilworth. And so we did an analysis and inventory in the office. I mean, I'll be really honest, there's a lot in Dilworth. And so the document ended up being over 40 pages long. And so just out of respect for everyone, we pulled 6 of what we thought were the most relevant pieces. But I can discuss anything on the spreadsheet. The 3rd page of that addendum, Exhibit 2, is a map of the historic district, the Dilworth Historic District, with dots on every vehicular storage that is physically connected to a primary structure. And that is not that is not all garages. There are probably 4 times as many garages as that, but we were specifically looking at garages that were physically connected to the primary structure in that exhibit. And then in a different color, we've tagged the 6 that we pulled out for discussion.
Okay.
And the analysis includes the date of construction of the house, the address, and the National Register listing, which I think also, and the type of physical connection to the structure. The reason we included more than just breezeways is because once we reviewed the National Register, there were plenty of projects, or there were plenty of addresses in the Dilworth Historic District that in the National Register identified as having open breezeways to garages that now are enclosed. So we've included those 2 because at one point they were breezeways.
So without staff being able to review this ahead of time, at quick glance, I will say that a couple of these examples are new construction. They're not historic breezeways. So there is that distinction, and I am glad to, look into that more as
That is correct. And I'll definitely note that when we get to the point of reviewing that. For example, we pulled 329 East Worthington, which is a late Victorian with a detached structure, but the breezeway itself was approved, 229. Thank you, 229. But the breezeway itself was approved more recently. I think our best example is probably 500 Park. That one is original, and 1000 Mount Vernon, because that one's original.
Great. Again, I can't, we have the photos, I can't corroborate or not, but I am glad to bring back information if the commission wants, if we get to that point, or it might be a non-issue. So that's being passed around. And then with that, we are on slide.
I think maybe maybe we could just look at this this image, the Polaris image of it.
Sure. Okay.
So Christy already mentioned this. We're primarily here because this is a corner lot and we're including both the addition and a detached garage in the application. The project is not taller, it's not wider. It's less than 50% of an increase in the historic footprint, and it's less than 50% of the historic rear yard. But in some ways, I'm a little bit glad that it's a full commission item, because it's a really a feel-good project, and I'll respect everyone's time, but I do want to introduce this project and this house and the new homeowners just briefly. In our office, we like to nickname projects. We usually keep it secret in the office because they evolve over time and sometimes the nicknames change. But our in-house name for this project is the Duchess of Dilworth. And it's really fitting. This house belonged to Sarah Spencer, and Sarah Spencer is a really influential figure in the history of Charlotte. She served on city council for a really long time, and she was one of the primary influencers of the establishment of historic districts in Charlotte. And was heavily involved in establishing the Dilworth Historic District, and lived in Dilworth long before it was a trendy thing to do. And she and her husband were both phenomenal civil servants at the local level and the state level. The new homeowners are Paula Pridgeon and Franklin Keithley. And some of you may know them, and if you don't know them, they are really wonderful stewards of historic properties in this area. They are well known for their care and thoughtfulness with the Airplane Bungalow in Dilworth, which is at the corner of Park and Ideal, and fairly internet famous at this point. But they're really committed to preservation and restoration, and they fell in love with this house long ago. Sarah was their neighbor, they became good friends, and when she was ready to sell the house recently, she sold it to them, and they are committed to restoring this house. The house is mostly in original condition. It's stunning. It needs maintenance and it needs some love. It has gorgeous historic fireplaces and mantles. It has beautiful historic handrail. There's beautiful doors in there. There's incredible, huge pocket doors going from one room into another. Very tall ceilings, original windows, And it's mostly, while it needs some love and care, it's mostly in quite good condition. It's been well cared for. There is some significant structural repairs required at the bathrooms. That's on the rear corner of the house. Sorry, which is basically, hold on a second. Can you go back to the front photo from the map? Zoom in on that. The bathrooms are right here. They're stacked on top of each other. This is very typical of structural damage we see in houses of this type and this age, with the construction methods from the early 1900s. So we'll be repairing and restoring that. The garage is not the original garage. This garage you're seeing was built sometime after 1953. The Sanborn map is significantly different than the footprint of this garage, but to Christy's point, that it's kind of a moot point at this point. So the project scope, Paula and Franklin's intention is actually just to restore the historic home in its current state. We did include floor plans. We don't typically do that, but I felt like it was meaningful because it does demonstrate the extent of the restoration of the historic home, and how much of the home is really truly being preserved. The addition is simply a kitchen on the main level, a kitchen and a porch on the main level, and a primary suite above that. And it's staying as tight as it possibly can while staying off of the historic corner of the house, and a detached garage, which is accessed from the alley. And then a minimal covered walkway in between the two. The house already has very low slope metal roofs on all of the porches, and there's no column structure to this walkway. It's just linked in, so it will actually just look like a very thin line from the street that almost disappears from further away. This is a good image, and actually the slope is smaller than this. This is
Take your mic with you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
It's actually a lower slope. It links in much lower. But this is a good image of what we're doing with the house. This is the historic house. We're taking this primary form of this gable from the house. We've got a slightly smaller version of it. It's set back from the corner significantly because of the setback. The house is over the setback, like many are in Dilworth. And then we're using this porch language to break down the scale of the structure. All of the fascias, eaves, cornices, rakes, everything matches the existing and aligns with the existing. Christy, there's an elevation that's like it's this one right here. What's that, 22? So this is actually a 1-point perspective from the sidewalk that shows the original house versus the proposed addition. So you can see the historic house here and here. Again, everything will be preserved and restored and repaired as needed in the historic house, although it's in quite good condition, and then including the windows. And then the new addition, it's taking this primary gable form here, repeating it in a slightly smaller version, setting it back and breaking up the scale with the existing porch language. And this is the detached garage here. It's not trying to be anything but a detached garage. I think that covers the project itself, which is fairly straightforward and mostly utilizes the historic details on the house to accomplish what it needs to feel secondary and seamless to its context. So I'm just going to hop to the exhibits that we provided. The first one is the additional measurements required by staff. So sorry about that. The existing house per Zoutwell is 32 feet 3.5. The addition is 31 feet 5. The back porch is 1 foot 10 inches off of grade. The garage itself is 23 feet 9, but the roof recedes away from the street. The rest of the house kind of faces towards the street. And that covered breezeway is a very low pitch. I can tell you exactly what it is. The covered breezeway is a 3 and 12 and the metal roof to match the existing metal roof. And so from the street level, it's all the way towards the back property line, and it really will appear as little, just the fascia board is all you'll really be conscious of. There. Yeah, that's a good image for it.
Jessica, will you repeat that last thing you said? You kind of swallowed it.
I'm so sorry. It's set all the way at the shared property line on the neighbor's yard. So it's really far back from the street, and it's pocketed between the house and the garage. The slope is so shallow with the existing slopes of the existing historic roofs being very shallow on the porches, so that all it's going to appear to be is that sliver of the fascia and the sliver of the beam that's supporting it. It doesn't have other structure. So the other exhibit is, it's an inventory that we did in our office of lots in Dilworth that have a physical massing connection to their vehicular storage, essentially. We feel like this little sliver of a connector to the garage is very consistent with the character of Dilworth. Dilworth, I'll reference, there was a project that Alan and Angie did many years ago on corner lots along Cleveland Avenue, to kind of assess the edge, the pattern and the edge and tradition and character of the edge of Dilworth. And it had a lot to do with the history of Dilworth as the residential community that supported the Atherton Mill District, and about the corner lots really being the owners and managers in Atherton Mill, and all of the other lots being mill workers. I live in one of those mill worker houses, but the corner lots in Dilworth, particularly north of East Boulevard, tend to be much more grand in nature. They tend to have been built a little bit earlier, and all of these, Dilworth was being developed around the time that vehicles became commercially available to people. And so most of these corner lots have some sort of parking, and many of them have a physical connection to the parking. And so that's what we're referencing on page 3 of the second addendum, which is this map. And the yellow dots are locations in Dilworth where I'll call it the vehicular storage because many of them have evolved over time. Many of them started as carports and became garages, or started as breezeways and became heated connections, or and we found that when we did the inventory of the National Register and read all of the descriptions. But the yellow dots really are places where the vehicular storage is physically connected to the primary structure. The orange dots are the few that we've pulled out. Christy is correct. Not all of those are historic, just historic projects. And I understand that the ask was for historic projects, but I did include these because I thought they were meaningful, because they are sort of a natural and seamless evolution. There's plenty of historic examples, and we've pulled those too. There's a natural and seamless evolution to blending these new interventions into the character of the district. I do think 229 East Worthington is such a great example of that. It's a Victorian corner lot on Cleveland that has been restored. The homeowners have converted the detached garage to an office for their business, and the historic district approved the open breezeway connector between the primary structure and the office. But the first one on the images, 500 East Park Avenue, is the historic breezeway connection on that property. I've been lucky enough to see that property a bunch of times. On the second page, I've got 1000 Mount Vernon Avenue, and I apologize that these images are terrible. The homeowner of this property has elected to scrub their project from the internet, and it was pouring down rain. And so I just did the best I could on MEC 360. It is an open connection between a garage and the primary structure. The open connection has brick detailing and a sliver of a roof, and that connection is set up towards the sidewalk. 1415 Lexington, you can see that it's a front-facing garage and it's been enclosed, but the National Registry is actually really clear about the fact that it was an open breezeway when the district was established. 2300 Dilworth Road West actually still is an open breezeway. This is a corner lot, someone has applied screens to it, but everything else about it appears to be historic. And 1401 Dilworth Road, I mean, that's an iconic house in Dilworth. It's probably even more significant, if there's such a thing. I think Sarah Spencer's house is very significant to Dilworth, but this is the original founder of S&W Cafeterias, and he's very famous in Dilworth, and or it was the original founder. And this garage was not always linked in a heated way, but it is linked in a heated way now. And then there's lots of other projects listed on the inventory. Like I said, originally I had photos of all of them, but decided that it would be respectful to limit the number of photos I brought with me. So for staff note number 3, the windows on the historic house are all original, and they're actually in pretty reasonable condition. And our intention is to restore all of them. I don't know that there's more information for me to show. They are original and they're in good condition. And there's no reason for me to believe that they can't be restored at this point. There are a couple of windows in the very back where we're adding the addition that we will lose because we're adding the addition, but it's really only a couple. There is an addition on the house now that's non-historic, and we're removing that. So we're really not touching much of the historic fabric of the outside of the structure.
Yeah, it just wasn't clear.
No problem.
From the photos. That's why anytime something's not clear, I just like to note it.
I mean, I don't know that I have a better photo, but they actually look pretty good. Many of them have storm windows on them.
Yeah.
So and Franklin and Paula really are purists about preserving things. So we have every intention of keeping it.
Yeah. No, it was just we usually note if they're original or not, and I can tell.
No problem. On the elevations, we usually tag the existing versus proposed as like historic, or historic new. And so somewhere down there, that should be there. That's the front, so they'll all be historic. But if you go to the next slide, yeah, so it's.
Hey, Jessica, please speak.
Anyway, okay, but we can resolve that one. And then for staff note number 4, the windows are gelled. The new windows will be gelled ones, as noted in the tiny notes there. The historic windows will be restored. You know, the nice thing about these Victorian homes with like the huge soaring ceilings and like having a different rhythm of solid and void is we tend to have these just enormous windows in them. So yes, the upstairs windows are double hungs because we can match the existing and meet egress upstairs, and we don't have to do any tricks to do that. So the upstairs windows will be double hungs to match existing. They will meet egress. It will not be a problem. The window trim, door trim, eaves, column beams, we typically like to present to staff in our construction documents an existing detail that's noted, and then everything else says match existing. That way nothing's lost in translation, because if somebody measures something wrong and then notes it wrong, and then someone gets the next size that's closest to it, sometimes there can be a domino effect of things not matching. Brick and mortar will be to match, and we will put that through staff. The railing detail, the back porch is only 2 feet from grade, and so our hope is just to not have a railing back there. And gutters and downspouts, definitely, we typically work with our contractor to determine the best strategy for that, and we can present that to staff. We do have, over the decades, we've just noticed there are some locations.
Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll use slide 21. So like here we have this little 2-foot sliver, right? And we have to have it in order for the roof to resolve and to push water away from the historic wall on the perpendicular side of this historic gable. And so there are some locations that over the decades we've just noticed tend to be particularly vulnerable locations that have to be just treated with a lot more care in the gutter and downspout design. So we're not there yet, but we are a few steps ahead in the process of knowing what's going to be required and where our most vulnerable points are. I think that's everything I've got if there are questions.
We have a couple of unknown callers. If you called into the meeting, can you let us know if you're calling about 528 East Kingston? And if not, which project you're calling about? No? Over to you, Chair Hawkins.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi, great to see you again. It's
Great
been a
to
long
see you
time.
too.
It's been a long time.
Yes, first,
I am so sorry. Can I interrupt? Commissioner Kerm has recused and should be sitting in the audience. Thank you. Other than that, I needed to note that for the record, but back to you.
I would like to say thank you, and thank you for how thorough. I mean, I know that this is probably light work to you, but we really appreciate the level of care and detail and preparedness that you always bring to these proceedings. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to others because I don't have any questions. You've answered everything.
Thank you. Thanks.
So commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I had just one suggestion, and that is with regard to any windows that you remove from the back of the house that are historic. I know you said that most of them were part of the later addition. Would you please give consideration to using them as elements when you do that new construction?
Absolutely, we do that frequently. I have found over time that it depends on our inspector, and some inspectors are very happy for us to do that, and some aren't. But yes, we in our construction documents we have a separate schedule next to our window schedule and a separate schedule next to our door schedule of salvaged items and where they can be reused.
If you ever need help with inspectors, let us know.
Do you have a green sheet like
The
Jacopo
rehab
does?
code, we have the rehab code, and so that's a conversation for another time.
Okay.
But I feel like that's something that we should be, a conversation we should be having, because I know Jessica likes to do the right thing, but if it's something we can encourage amongst, most applicants, that would be great. So.
Yeah, I think this project is a perfect candidate for something like that. These are the right homeowners and this is the right house. So, yeah.
Okay, great suggestion, Commissioner Holtz. Other questions for the applicant?
Okay.
All right, let's close for deliberation.
I really did appreciate learning more about the Duchess of Dilworth. And, all of you said it, Chairperson Hawkins, all of the questions that we might have had were already answered by the applicant. So.
Yeah, it's nice to have that. Considering that, do we have a motion? Oh, Commissioner.
Yes, I do. I have a motion. I move that we approve this application based on our standards per the Design Standards, Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5, Design Standards, New Construction, Chapter 6. Additions, pages 6.20 to 6.24, and Design Standards for Accessory Buildings, pages 8.10. And I also an amendment that the material details will be worked out with approved by staff. And also any minor revisions will be reviewed by staff.
If I may, if you'd like, you may cite number 4 in the staff memo for all those details listed.
So number 4 in the staff memo, materials and detail information needed, A through H, may be reviewed by staff.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
I know. Let this be an example.
It's been a long time, so I don't have the perspective. So
We're looking for precedents, like, give us a little lesson. This is what we want.
Yeah. Yeah. How to present and how to address staff comments.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes.
That would have stayed on consent if it hadn't been a corner lot though.
It was,
right?
there's
It's
just
like
so
this-
much going,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. Corner lot, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough. So, we are at 5:40. How does the commission feel about at least, 2 more cases? 3 more cases? Okay, all right. Quite frankly, the rest after this next one are pretty small and straightforward, so. And we've have one that's number 13 has also deferred, so. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, I like it. John Ferris, you're up. Have y'all been sworn in? Okay. Would you please swear in, Chair Hawkins? Would you please swear in, Mr. Ferris? Okay, the next application is 404 West Park. Commissioner Kerm has rejoined us, and the next applicants are being sworn in right now.
All right, gentlemen. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. This next application is 404 West Park Avenue. It is for an addition. Just to remind the commission that John's come before us to at least, I think, 1 workshop about this, but that was high-level, non-binding feedback. So
I think we actually did 2 workshops.
2 workshops. I thought you might have. So anyway, that was great, but non-binding feedback that you were to review this application first time seeing it. All the information is included. The high points are included on page 1 of the staff memo. And then there are some comments specifically about material and detail information. And with that, I will start on slide 6. If both of you would state your names and your addresses and spell your last name for the court reporter, please. And be sure to talk really closely into the mic.
Okay, John Ferris, 1918 Park Road, last name spelled P-H-A-R-E-S.
It's Zach Priester, 404 West Park Avenue, and it's spelled P-R-I-E-S-T-E-R.
Over to you.
Well, it's great to be back. Good to see everyone, and happy May 20th to everyone.
Oh,
Coming up.
yes.
Let's go. So, 250 years, right? Okay. So, and congratulations to my client who got married last week. We've all got a lot to be grateful for. So, yes, we did 2 workshops. I think we hammered out all the issues with as far as height and massing, things of that nature. We tried to do, I think we did most everything that we were asked to do, including the notches on the side to show to break the addition away from the original structure. There was one thing in the staff notes that we did not talk about in those workshops, and that was some of the detailing on the the deck in the rear. And just to remind you, this is the second time that I have brought this project before the commission. The first time was, 4 or 5 years ago, was a substantially larger addition. And both owners, applicants, apparently there's a very good view of the city skyline from the roof, as I understand it right now. They actually go up on the roof sometimes and have a toddy and look at the skyline. So we want to make it a lot safer for them to be able to do that. So we in both applications, that was a major part, was adding this deck on the rear. It looks like in the staff notes that they're requesting, demanding some attention to the railings and the column sizes, whatnot. I think we're happy to accommodate that. It's not in these drawings, but that's that. I mean, what I gathered from that was you would like to see maybe it's the 6x6s or 8x8s trimmed out, post supporting the deck be trimmed out, painted wood.
Yeah, to borrow from former staff member Rhonda Birmingham, they're kind of skinny like a beach house. And so, just to bulk them up a little bit so they look more
Yeah,
architectural.
are we going for like front porch details in terms of pickets, and is that kind of what we're shooting for? More of a trimmed out look than just a treated wood deck? Is that what?
It's more of this will be absolutely a comment for the commissioners. It's really more just the columns look a little spindly.
Okay.
That was staff's comment. but commissioners
Okay.
Disagreed. So.
Okay, I mean, that's all minor details that we're willing to handle, and I hope we could possibly do staff approval on that. So.
Anything else you want to add about the project, John?
No, it is, it is a challenging project. The original house is less than 1,000 square feet. And, when we first came in, we had extended, I think, the original ridge. We had raised the original ridge, and that was a no-no. And we kind of backed off of that and went with the concept that we actually used in the first time I presented this to the commission 4 or 5 years ago. And so that kind of, I think we sort of agreed on a maximum height that should be, and that's where it sits, and that's that.
Well, John, that was non-binding feedback, so maybe talk a little through why we're landing here and what the design is, because this is the official review and for the purposes of the record. Was that okay, Commission?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Well, okay, I've showed the sight lines, for instance, in this drawing. And so if we take, obviously viewing the house from the closest sidewalk on the same side of the street as the house is, as the property is, you do not see that, you do not see the addition. In fact, the two photographs over here, if you look at the one at the top, is that's what you see when you stand on the sidewalk. So you will not see this addition from that vantage point. Now, if you go across the street to position number 2, you still see a very small amount of the ridge. I think you just barely you see it on the left and the right of the front gable. But then you, in this drawing is, you see just a small pick of it right there. And I think, I understand the feedback was non-binding, but that's what we showed the last time, and I thought that was.
No, this is the first time. This is the first time, so we're not looking at the last time. This is the first time it's being reviewed.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Take
it hasn't gotten any
take this with
larger.
you. Okay, good.
And gotten any taller. So I hope that's low enough. So at any rate, that seemed to be and also if you think about in terms of massing, the raised pitch of the roof is going away from the street. So that's not going to read like a flat gable would. It's pitching away from the street, which would reduce the visibility as well. So that's where we are with that. Okay, go to the, let's just flip through the drawings, I guess, if we're gonna. Again, the site plan. Most of the, we've tried to maintain most of as much of the interior as we could and try not to tried not to gut any more than necessary. Maintain most of the original windows except the ones on the back of the house, which we are using in the addition. And then we provided the notches. You were just circling with the cursor there to, since the addition is in the same plane as the original structure, to just break that aesthetically to reads from to differentiate the addition from the original structure. That's the detail of the notch. Obviously, it's very challenging to get this section here is through the master bedroom up in the upper right-hand corner. Very challenging to keep that height as low as possible in respect to the original structure and to minimize the visibility, but still have the headroom to operate inside the addition. And there you see the spindly columns on the rear elevation. Now there will probably be, I'm not showing any kicker bracing or anything like that, which would be part of that. I mean, we can use a larger post and trim it out and try to get some beef that way. See what that looks like, but we're probably going to have some kicker posts as well. We're trying to keep the interior columns out so it doesn't block the views and the light from the living room.
So, John,
Yes,
for kicker bracing, just
angular bracing.
right here,
Yeah,
angled bracing right here and right here, and then also on
on the other elevation as well.
their elevations. I just want to make sure that everyone understands what that means.
I mean, typically that's how that condition is handled. There's also something known as a moment connection that may not require the kicker bracing,
Okay,
but that's a structural engineer call and we're not there yet.
okay. So the commission knows. So that's proposed right elevation. Proposed left. We have a new door here. And you're expanding the windows on the main house in the bump out.
Right, that's the dining room. So we're taking an original window. I believe, I can't remember if that's, does that say original or new?
I think it's from the bedroom.
I think you're right. I think we're taking one out of the back
Correct.
wall and putting it there in the dining room to try to get some more light in, but that is an original window being repurposed.
Okay. And then the notch is there. And then you've also included some sections showing how everything comes together. And I think that's the last page.
Mhm.
And it looks like we have anything else to add about the project?
No, that's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I noticed there were some other comments on the, asking for
Some
window and door
details.
specifications. All of that would be to match existing. I think Geldwin, Jessica mentioned that. I think that's a great window to use in historic application. Specify something like that. And we haven't really talked about gutters, and you're requiring, if we're going to use gutters, you want to see those on the drawings?
Yeah, we just like to make sure that we know we're not surprised when we come out and do a final inspection and it's like, oh, gutters. Okay. And then we've got to update the COA, and
Okay.
all those things. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all something that would just be wrapped up kind of.
Usually we can work with
Okay.
staff on that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
We have some unknown callers. If you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, we're currently talking about application number 10-404 West Park. Can you let us know if you've called in about that application? James Hahn, have you called in about 404 West Park?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you. Great.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. I did just have a quick question on this slide, regarding the impervious area. What is the new impervious calculation? I can tell what the original was. was struggling to understand what the new
You
calculation
might have
was.
to scroll down a little bit. Is that, no, I'm sorry, other direction. There we go. Proposed rear impervious. Okay, proposed rear yard. Okay, so we could go down as low as 2186, but we are at 3588. Okay,
And that's your pervious or impervious?
original rear yard. I guess that should be pervious.
We can get a worksheet and quite frankly,
Because sometimes I feel like people switch,
Mix.
like,
yeah,
mix the two.
yeah. They have plenty of room.
Okay.
We just need to get the numbers. So that could be obviously a condition and they could work with staff just to make sure we have it on file.
Okay.
So we figured that should be pervious actually, shouldn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, that should be pervious. So, so the original rear yard was at 4371 and you're limited to 50%. That would put us down. We could go as low as 2186, but we're still at 3588. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Okay, hi, John.
Hey.
So on slide 13, we see the front elevation and it, because the addition is behind the original ridge, we don't see the addition, right? However, looking at the left side elevation, this is right next to a house that is a corner lot, correct? This house is right next to a house that's a corner lot of West Park and Wickford. Yes. So the house that's on the corner lot is shorter than your house. And so in a way, that kind of makes this addition stand out more. So it's not a corner lot, but it's next to the corner lot with a house that's shorter. And the addition starts behind the original ridge line. However, it goes up by almost 4 feet. And it's pretty substantial. If it wasn't beside a house on a corner lot that is shorter, I think that it wouldn't be as big a deal simply because you can't really see it from the front. But from the left side elevation, you're going to be able to see it a lot more. Will you speak to that?
Do you mean the right elevation?
Well, yes, I would.
No,
Okay,
left.
so.
I'm looking at it, it's left.
If you look at the line of the established setback.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is the.
404, okay, so we are 404, we're sitting out along with 400, okay.
Where is it?
I mean, honestly.
It's the right.
It's the right elevation.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
this elevation
Okay.
that you'll see from
What's that?
street. Yeah.
I was confusing my right and my left.
Hi.
We got it. We got to figure it out.
Well, that is not something that we took into any consideration. I mean, it is not a corner lot. It is next to a corner lot. And the house over here is next to a corner lot. I mean, you could go on and on.
Sure.
It's not.
But it's not as visible, the house that's next to the next
yeah,
to, it's not as visible as your house.
I think we are congruous in terms of size of house and addition with respect to the other houses and additions that we're not we're not anywhere near the limits of pervious and impervious on the site. I mean,
Sure, but so if I may, just to just push a little bit, because I would love for you to be able to answer it on record, right? It is next to the house that's on the corner lot. The house that it's next to that's on the corner lot is shorter. So that means that by default, your house, because it's next to the house that's on the corner lot, is quite visible. And if we were, one of the reasons you pushed the addition back is so that it would not be visually overpowering, which, you know, we're looking at the main facade, but because it's next to the house that is on the corner lot that is shorter, it does have another facade where you can clearly see the addition.
I don't know if it's visible. I don't know what's behind the 400 house. I don't know. I mean, I have, I have, I felt as though as long as we, or I feel as long as we meet the other criteria in terms of the appropriateness, in terms of size and, you know, if it were a corner lot, you would definitely have two elevations that were visible from the street. I mean, there may be trees, there may be outbuildings, there may be, I don't know.
You have that now, John. You have it, it's pretty visible.
I think there's a precedent.
Oh, that's good. This Commissioner.
What are we looking at?
I'm just saying that right across the street on Wickford, you have the house that's next to the corner lot projects.
405?
Beyond, no,
well,
on going across Wickford.
The other way.
Oh, the other way.
Yeah, Wickford.
Cross street. Should I go street view?
Please, I was just about to ask.
All right, just to orient everybody, this is the little house we're talking about. This is the elevation Kim was mentioning about the addition.
Well, there's,
And then
Now go back the other way, just
Oh,
right, just.
right
back
here?
Across Park again onto Wickford and then
Okay.
look to your right. Yeah,
right here.
yeah. The house next to it goes deeper.
There it is.
Yeah. But if you take a 180 view at this point, you'll see the addition would be very, oh, nope.
Oh, okay. 180 view here.
Now,
wait,
Twirl.
yes. but move-
What you're saying is
move to
the
right.
addition will be here.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit more, a little bit more.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. The rear of the house is clearly visible.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm not sure that
The
that
tree,
matters
yeah.
given our standards, but
across
it
the
is.
street, the tree could die and
Yeah.
it'd be just
yes,
as
yes.
visible. So,
well,
Yes, I'm not sure that really impacts the standards.
I guess, I was part of the, authoring of the standard that, talked about the 360-degree view in front of the house. And that it still remains part of our standards. When I'm looking at this, I'm standing in front of the house, just like I've showed on the site diagram. You know, and as you pan around, the further you get from that center line, the less impact that house that's still in your peripheral vision has on the context. Okay. So, I mean, I did just, I'm honestly, I'm just at a loss at looking at this from a perspective of being the house next to the house on the corner lot.
Okay, since we were both a part of the authoring of this, I will draw your attention back because it might have been a while to 620, number 1. Attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street.
Okay. And I'm thinking West Park Avenue.
Sure. And if it was, look, John, I get it because it's not on the corner lot, but it is so visible because of its location adjacent to the corner lot.
I think it happens in all our districts. When you're one house in, and I think when we're looking at context, the standards say when you're standing on the sidewalk in front of the house. And to your point, Commissioner Prati, that's why we wrote the standards for multifamily as from the center of the lot. As a 360 from the center of the lot to consider impacts to these side houses and the houses in the back. Whereas we're concerned with like the main streetscape on the main street, because these are the fronts of the houses facing West Park Avenue. Over here, these are the sides of the houses, you know, until you get back, way back to Wickford when it starts being these smaller houses. But honestly, I think it's a condition that you see throughout the districts. I mean, just look here, you can see these additions back here. I think I understand what you're saying. And I think it's a valid, astute point.
I
But
think
I think we
the
might
actual
need to-
dimension is 20 feet. I think we're going back 20 feet.
Yeah, I think we might want to consider, if that's what we want to consider, we would need to, talk policy, because, if he wanted an accessory structure back here, you'd see it from the street, but we'd staff approve it because it's not a corner
Well,
lot.
What if we put a standards compliant fence along that property line between our house and the house on the corner?
I think what Kim.
Or planting?
She's just saying the impact of the height. And if you look at this, if you look right here, she's saying it's just going to be super visible from the side street because this house is still in its complete original condition. What we have in a lot of our districts is that these corner lot houses already have like a huge addition on them. So you don't see these. They're not visible, unlike your situation.
Since this is not a corner lot, maybe this is something that later you all can discuss at a retreat.
I think so.
Because, I mean, they're there in the standards. It can't be visually overpowering from the street.
I think maybe what you're looking for, Commissioner Prati, is the massing standard and, the relationship of the addition to the house itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
No? Okay.
All right.
Because I don't know. Look at our context standard. We don't say side street. Right. Context standard says in the sidewalk in front of the house. So if we need to clarify that, we can.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
Just a comment. Thank you, John. We use your 360-degree, whatever your role was in that. We use that standard. We used it quite a bit today,
I
actually.
was proud of that.
All right. Let's go ahead and close for deliberation. All right, commissioners, thoughts on this application? Oh. Oh, okay. So apart from the debate about visibility from the side street,
The street is what it says. Not the side street, but the street.
The street. I didn't say which street. We'll talk about that at a later time. Any concerns with the addition?
Other than the paucity of the supports under the railing. I agree. It looks like something on a beach house. It needs to be beefed up and look like it's on a house. But other than that, I think it's fine. It's right up to the edge of the standards, but it seems to me that it meets them.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I kind of have a question maybe for my fellow commissioners and staff. How do we look at and interpret the standards as they relate to skylights in a roof?
We have a standard for that. Let's see.
They're supposed to be minimally, well,
Yes, minimally visible from the street. From the.
Roofs?
Yes.
It's on roofs. 4.5, number 6, place skylights, solar collectors, satellite dishes, and other antenna on less visible locations of the roof, and that you shouldn't change the roof structure to accommodate those elements.
And number 3.
It also, number 3, yep, it says, do not add skylights unless placed inconspicuously. They must be flush mount and not impact the roof system. I think there's another. And then on new construction, number 6.13, roof form and materials, number 7, skylights, solar panels, vents, and other similar roof features should be located on less visible locations of the roof.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, not to be the fly in the ointment, as Kim likes to say. Are those skylights, so we're looking at what elevation here?
This is the left elevation, so going towards South Mint Street. And then the roof plan
There we go.
is actually showing them on both the slopes of right and left of the new dormer.
Slide 14, I think, shows the right side elevation.
There you go. Yep.
So, I mean, how visible from what's the street? Wickford, these will be visible, but it's not from West Park. Or not from Park Avenue. Yeah, West Park Avenue. Okay. Thank you for bringing the skylights to our attention. Other thoughts, commissioners? No concerns with the height or anything else with this application? So we've got skylights that we need to address or consider, the deck support columns should be addressed. Is there anything else? Gutters and downspouts, and then all of the other details. Windows and drawers specification. Okay, cedar shake siding should be individually applied. Shakes.
Ooh, can't hear you.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry. See, I was just reading, cedar shake siding should be individual applied shakes, not panels of shake. I know we didn't talk about that, but hopefully the applicant is, they're not in their heads, so that's not an issue. If there's nothing Is there anything else, commissioners, you'd like to discuss on this? Do we feel like we have a decision? Yeah, we closed. Yep, we are closed. Do we have a motion?
How does everyone feel about the being able to see the solar, or not the solar panels, the skylights? Visibility. So how's everyone, like, anyone have, is everyone okay? Is everyone just trying to kind of gauge it?
Is your mic on? Is your mic on?
It's hard for me to clearly understand how visible they really are. I mean, that picture is one thing, but when you're standing there on the street, where is the other house in relation to that? Or the trees next to the house in relation?
It's not visible from park. It's not visible from park. Right. For
It's
sure.
the left elevation or the
Yeah,
right,
from
from whatever,
Whitford.
the right elevation, right?
Do we feel
Okay,
like we need more information?
May I-
Maybe another perspective?
May I suggest that this would be a good place to continue because we do need more information on the supports. We
finish
do-
my
I'm so sorry.
Do we feel like and I think it is along the same lines of what you were trying to say, do we feel like we need more information from Wickford, even though this is not a corner lot, but it is visible from the public realm? And perhaps we can see what it looks like from someone standing on the sidewalk or standing on Wickford. Would that be helpful to us?
Yeah, I'm really struggling with it because it's not a corner lot either. So it's just a real conundrum to me. I'm right in the middle.
The additional information would only serve to help me with regards to the skylight, but I don't have the concern about the addition itself from that side elevation.
Say one thing about the skylight,
We're closed right now.
Yeah. You can't speak what, it's kind of, they're talking, but you're still here listening, but it's kind of like you're not here.
It is difficult, right? Because the reason that the skylights are visible is because the addition is visible.
But the addition's not objectionable to me. Possibly the skylights would be. So
Will you help me get to where you are? Why is the addition not objectionable to you? The almost 4 foot addition, up addition.
you were asking me why?
Yeah, I'm looking for a
think it-
different
I think
perspective.
it fits. I think it's not incongruous with our standards, and I think it's a reasonable design, and I don't have any objections to it. I think skylights can clutter a roof, and I don't particularly like seeing them.
It seems that if the corner lot, in fact, it's almost like there's a penalty for the corner lot being original, like the house on the corner not having an addition, which could easily come someday. And then it wouldn't be visible. So that's a
Yeah.
challenge. And if addition was put on the corner lot, it would mirror or match and be in scale with potentially the one right across the street from it. So it's a chicken before the egg kind of thing. I mean,
Yeah.
if we wouldn't be having this discussion if there was an addition of this same magnitude, which would potentially be approved, probably not skylights on the corner, but that were visible.
Right.
But we probably wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right. And I agree because I think I don't want to be the fly in the ointment and yet here the standards are, And so ultimately, I think that it's good to flush this out so that our neighbors, our community sees that we're addressing these
Well,
things.
Kim, don't you think we have a lot of precedent for this scenario?
I definitely think we have precedent for going up and back, right? So we have that. But the thing that has worked for those applications is that they disappear. And here, it doesn't disappear.
I mean, do we know that they?
Well, I guess we don't. That's why we need more information, right?
That's what I was gonna say. I think the struggle is what Commissioner Parati just said. What has always helped and what helped on the last application was the perspectives. And the perspective drawings, whether they're a hand sketch over the streetscape that we've had submitted to us before, or just a little perspective to show what you see and what you don't see, that often makes the decision much easier for the commission. So if I could offer that.
I think that's helpful.
I think.
Can
the
we
applicant wants
request to open?
We're closed, but did somebody want us to?
I would love to open because I put this out there, so I want John to be able to speak to it. So yes, could we open up?
Yes, we may.
Actually, the skylights were sort of a carryover from the original presentation. And obviously the reason for them is that space up there is so tight is to try to get more light into that bedroom, which is kind of scrunched down to comply with the height requirements. Just
Just a
talking with
quick
the owner.
clarification. This is our first time hearing this.
I'm sorry?
This is your first time presenting this application, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure. Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Except for the other two workshops that don't count. Yeah. And the other project that we did 5 years ago, right? So anyway, I was just talking with the owner, and I mean, we can reduce the number of skylights or remove the skylights. I mean, they're not that
Yeah, if they're not
attached
being
to.
interrupted, but yeah, especially on that left side, if they're gonna be visible, we're just trying a little more natural light in there, but if that's gonna take it all up, we can.
I mean, if that helps, that certainly, we just wanted to put that on the table.
And it would be the right side. That probably is what is causing.
Yeah, it's the right side.
Yeah, the side we're talking about.
The Wickford side.
Yeah. Anything else for the applicant while we're still open? Okay, let's reclose. Well, considering the way that the conversation is going, it sounds like we would like more information, some perspectives from Wickford with the addition to see how visible the addition would be from the pedestrian perspective.
Chairperson Hawkins, it sounds like the skylights were the rub for most people and that the addition is not. So I don't know, with that being the case, if people need more information.
That's fair.
I think there was a question about the rear deck, and since the knee braces weren't included and the sizing of the, we would need really specific direction on the design of the deck. So that was the number one reason for continuance. The second one was the skylights. But it's up to you if you can provide that really specific direction on what staff has the authority to approve, then, if you want to go that way.
Sorry, if we're continuing for skylights, it seems like it would make sense, or for perspective of skylights, it seems like the perspective of the addition would have to be included to get the perspective of skylights, right?
They said they were willing to take away the skylights on the Wickford elevation.
Okay, so then my other question is, I'm confused then why this not being a corner lot matters with the addition if, like on 620 number 1, it doesn't specify a corner lot about it being minimally visible. And I know somebody has brought up, like, it's not a corner lot, so I guess I'm just confused on why does that matter if it doesn't say corner lot?
Because the standards are taken holistically, and part of the addition standard is context, and all of the standards for new construction. And what context lays out for new construction is that context is considered standing on the sidewalk in front of the house. So because they are read holistically, that's why. If the commission wishes to make a different interpretation, you need to back that up very strongly. That's why I was suggesting maybe massing as opposed to context, along with addition standards, so that you did have something to lean on, if you wanted to, continue this for restudy. Again, the standards are a living document and we can make changes, but we cannot make changes during a meeting.
With regard to this particular case, I'd like to see the deck restudy. I don't think that we can be specific enough to give staff appropriate direction on that. I think we've got a continuance on that at least.
Well, does somebody that's a builder, do they have a different perspective?
Yeah.
Can you give,
If I may,
Okay.
it's 6:25 and we have 3 more cases. So I think the commission has talked about this and we just need a decision.
Got it.
For the decision, I do think a builder would have something to say. In if it could keep it from being continued, I'm sure the applicants would appreciate that too.
I feel very comfortable that staff could, as far as, there's no engineering available yet. I assume they would have that done, but staff can impose their standards to the size of the post or the detail of the rails.
Okay.
I don't have any,
Are you okay with knee braces? Or would you prefer it engineered with a beam and columns to support the beam?
it depends on how the braces are designed.
Okay,
Have to see it, but yeah.
so that's why,
I would be fine with that. I thought we're not supposed to design though.
well, that's why,
If an engineer says this is, and it has no braces and he says this is good, that would probably be the preference. for
Okay.
me, But that's design.
right? If it needs braces, can you give staff a little more, less like deck braces and more like brackets?
It could be built out of steel for that matter and not have any, wouldn't need any braces. There's just so many options. So
Right?
So
We need really that's why I'm saying, yeah,
There's so many options. That's why I think we need to see it.
yeah.
Sorry.
It sounds like then we should go ahead and move towards a continuance and asking for that information.
Or if you want to give us options, you can do, you can say specifically, we don't want to see knee braces, so, and we'd like to see you've given specifics before, like a 10-inch column, a 12-inch column. That's the kind of specifics we need.
Well, a lot of those things are based on the engineering and the structure itself. And I'm not an engineer, so I don't think it's not a complex construction that we're talking about. It's very typical and
Okay.
so I'm not sure. Some people might like seeing braces and some may not. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. They can be part of the design of the deck or the porch, whatever the case is. And and the size of the posts are sometimes, decorative in that they want them to be heavier just for the aesthetics, which I think is what you've been talking about, but it's not necessary structurally.
Great. So another option would be, the commission can always approve the project without the deck. And they can, once the project's engineered, come back and reapply and just have the deck reviewed. There's lots, but with as up in the air and as many options, unless you want staff to just have full sales say, I would recommend it come back for that design detail, but if you're fine with whatever staff would decide, then, you can send that to staff, or if they give us something that we're like not sure about, we can bring it to executive board or bring it back to the commission. It's up to you how you want us to proceed. So.
Commissioners?
Which is more, and we may need to open for this, I mean, which is more efficient? Because at this point, is it more efficient to say, we're going to approve this application without the deck and have them come back and as a separate application? Could a reapplication of the deck be staff approved if they offer more detail potentially? Probably not.
I mean, you can turn it over to staff, and if what they give us isn't something that, we can approve, we can bring it back to you.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay. Do we have we talked about a lot, and it sounds like there are a lot of options. Does anybody have a motion considering those options that they would like to float, and let's see where it goes?
Yeah. So we can move this on. All right, so I make a motion that we continue the application with the restudy of the deck. First part. Sorry, my computer just went away, so I don't see the things. Christy? Yes, so I make a motion first to continue for a restudy of the rear elevation with the deck with detailed information about deck supports with dimensions and design information. That's my first motion.
So you're breaking it into multiple?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second, may I add a friendly amendment though? Just to add columns, just you didn't mention the columns, just in the column detail.
Accept that amendment. Yep.
All right. Any motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Do you want to add any standards in it? Did you mention any
I
standards?
was just going to say, would that be for porches? 6.17?
Yes.
Okay. Friendly amendment accepted by Commissioner Bell and Lineberger?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's vote on part one. Commissioner Whitlock,
No.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue. Part one passes 6-2. All right, part two.
All right, so then for the second one, I make a motion to approve the addition without skylights on the
Right side.
right elevation. And the 6.13.7. and that additional materials and detail information is needed for in the staff memo number 2B through I think.
All right. Part 2, motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Kerm. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve Part 2 passes 7-1.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is 2003 Dilworth Road East.
Getting too old for this.
This is, I believe Angie is with us online again and has been sworn in. Thank you.
Have you got your picture frame yet?
No.
You know.
And oops, I'm going to hand it over to Candace to go over this very quick project, hopefully.
Hi, Angie. Yes, we're doing 2003 Dilworth Road East. The project is in two parts. The first part is a louvered pergola over an existing pool decking. As you can see on slide 7, the louvered pergola is constructed of wood with wood louvers along the side, but mechanical metal louvers roofing. The second part of this project is a outdoor trellis and revisions to a existing fireplace. The trellis is constructed of all wood. The fireplace and trellis will be at the furthest rear of the property in the rear yard. And there is a site plan on slide 9. So you can see the louver pergola is towards the ideal way. And the trellis and existing fireplace is interior lot towards the neighboring property to the right. Angie, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, we can't see you. Do you have your camera on? Okay, that's weird.
Too.
Okay. Okay, so if you could state your name, you've already been sworn in a couple of times probably.
Yes.
Your name and address for the court reporter.
Yes, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208. And I believe Kirk is on as well. Kirk James is the owner. And he is also the applicant, if he can sign in. There he is.
Kirk, are you speaking tonight?
No, I'm just listening in, right?
Just listen. That's fine.
Okay.
That's great. So Angie, let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure, absolutely. So I do want to respond to some of the staff comments. I'm going to start with the item number 1, and it was asked how the pergola and the trellis are going to be attached. So there is existing pavement that will be removed, and you will, they're going to remove the stone and actually have a small footing under each pier, and then put the silver travertine back. But you do have to anchor the posts, And this is going to be similar to the trellis on the other side, where it's actually a cantilevered. So there's only one post in the ground. And then it will, it's a very, very loose rendering on top of what's there, but it is a very creative way to get some cover on that end. You can see the sun just bakes that part of the house. So there's going to be removing the pavers, creating a footing. You have an anchor. They're bolted in, and then obviously they haven't been engineered yet, but they will be. And then you have cedar posts and cantilevered joists, and they will be bracketed similar to the inspiration photo that you see in the slide 12. The distance, I'm going to refer you to the site section, which is slide 10. Yes, so slide 10, if you zoom in at the very bottom left-hand corner of slide 10, you will see the distance was actually very well hidden on the slide, but you are 3 feet to the property line, and the neighbor's garage is actually at the property line. So we have to make sure that we have at least 3 feet for combustibility at that point. So that answers item number 2. And then to answer 3, it would be back to slide 9, where you have the 5 foot on the side and then 3 feet on the rear as allowed by setback. And so the pergola where the pool deck is, it's currently at the existing pool deck, so it doesn't change anything. It sits on the existing pool deck that's currently there. And then brick samples, I believe there was a sample possibly submitted. Kirk, you'll have to, I know he can't talk, but if I believe there are samples of the brick where they do match the existing fireplace that's there. It will just be extended, but we'll provide the brick samples physically to staff. So, and that's it. Make it real quick for you.
There's no colors.
All right. Questions for the applicant? And thank you, Angie, for addressing all of the staff notes. Super helpful.
Thank you. And before I end, I just want to take 1 minute out of this to truly, truly thank Kim for all of her civic duties that she's fulfilled with the commission for the past 8 years. It's been an honor working with you.
Thank you, Angie. Same.
Any questions for Angie? All right. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
I just had a question on the previous COA that expired. That did approve, our staff notes show that the pool, trellis, and fireplace were approved prior. So I'm just curious, so in the previous application, are there changes? Because the fireplace was built, but we're making adjustments to it. The application shows some changes to it.
And it's,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
if I may, the reason why, part of the reason the fireplace is changing, apart from them wanting to, add kind of entertainment, it needs to be higher than the trellis that's being added. Is that correct?
I think I did see that in the staff notes that there was a code requirement.
Yeah. But sorry, your question was to staff. I was just.
No, thank you.
Yes, the fireplaces was not visible before, but now it is. I mean, it's at the further end of this driveway, all the way towards the right side property line.
Yeah, the issue is it's ascending above the fence line, so it's visible on a corner lot. So we just had one in Wesley Heights that they were doing a fireplace. It was behind a fence, but the chimney was extending beyond the fence line, so it required commission review. So what's there was staff approved, but they're raising the height.
And Christy, that other case that you just mentioned, was that extension also because of a code requirement that it go tall?
No, they just wanted a really tall fireplace. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
We said yes to that, Commissioner Sullivan, because it's easily removable.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. And so the louvered pergola, the part one that's a brand new piece of this. That's a brand new part of the application.
Yes, the louvered pergola over the existing full pool decking is a new request. The trellis and fireplace, yes, the trellis was not constructed before permits were pulled and the COA expired.
Thank you.
Is there an aluminum component to one of these things?
Yes, that's the aluminum component is the rooftop, mechanical rooftop to this proposed louver pergola.
All right. Other thoughts, commissioners? Any concerns, anything you want to raise while we're in deliberation? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Let's see. I move to approve the application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district, as described in Chapter 3 Design Standards and Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation on page 2.5, citing HDC standards 8.4 landscaping and lawns, 8.10 accessory structures.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0. Thank you, Angie.
Great. Thank you, Angie. We'll see you next month, probably. Our next application is 1716 Patton Avenue. And I believe that Chair Hawkins needs to recuse. And we will be welcoming Vice Chair Parati for one last hurrah, leading a review. At this point, I will turn it over to Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, if you would introduce the project and Mr. Ellington. Ask if he's been sworn in.
Hi, Mr. Ellington. Have you been sworn in yet?
I have not.
Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. If you, do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, can you state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Eugene Ellington, 1716 Patton Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28216.
Okay, this project, as Eugene said, is at 1716 Patton Avenue, and the proposal is for the replacement of original wood windows with 1/1 vinyl double hung windows and 2 large picture windows. The project also includes the replacement of the original front door and the right side entry door with new 6-light fiberglass Craftsman style doors. And the project is for replacing the vinyl windows with new wood Tucker windows to match the original style 4/4 and 8/8 windows, and also to replace the replacement doors with new mid-century style wood doors. This application is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project as if the work has not yet occurred. And I'll leave it to you.
Okay, let me add a little bit of clarity here. All the photos are shown on slide 33. If you would scroll through, please. 34 shows code enforcement photos of the new vinyl windows. Slide 35 shows the original wood windows and what they looked like. So we know what the configuration is and material, but they are not available. The original windows are not available for review. Is that it? Is there any more pictures?
Here's the front window.
And then the front 3-part picture window with the movable parts on the side and the fixed glass in the middle. And if you go down a little more. So the commission needs to make 2 decisions on this project. It's part 1 is review the removal of the original wood windows and doors. And then part 2 is review the proposed replacement windows and doors. The applicant has also provided, the front door is shown on slide 38. The original front windows are shown on slide 39. Some bathroom and bedroom windows, slide 40, and other rear windows on 41. So Elizabeth scrolls through 43, 44. There's some details about a little bit of damage to some of the windows. And then the new front door and just a lot of window. The applicant has also provided a list of addresses from the neighborhood that have vinyl replacement windows. That is on page 3 of the staff memo. And most of them it appears that all of them predate the district. So at this time, I think we can turn it up to that over to the applicant. Mr. Ellington, is there anything you'd like to share about the proposed window replacement or the new Tucker windows that you're proposing?
Well, the only thing I'd really like to comment on is the fact that the expense. I mean, I really can't afford to replace the windows with these Tucker windows. I got a original estimate I got that was around 80,000, and then Elizabeth recommended Tucker, and I looked at Tucker, and it's still over $20,000 to replace the windows, and I just can't afford it.
Look like Mr. Ellington, is there anything else you'd like to add or share about the project or?
No, I mean, I was, purchased a home to move into it, and I replaced the windows because of the issues that I had. It wasn't my intention to replace them initially, or the doors, but the issues that led me to replace them were because of wood rot, termite, and carpet to be damaged. So in the middle of the project, as I was doing the interior, these issues arose, and then that's what caused me to replace the windows and doors, just to salvage the property, not to prevent any more damage to the property.
Thank you. And it looks like we don't have any callers.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Myers?
No, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Ellington.
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Ellington. You were aware this was a historic district and that you needed to get, this is a question, I formed it as a statement. Were you aware that this was a district, a historic district, and that you needed to get approval to replace the windows before the vinyl windows were put in?
Based on the emails, yes, I was somewhat aware. I wasn't aware of the extent of this issue. I literally thought I could just replace the windows. I didn't realize it was to this extent. Actually, attending this meeting is showing me how serious this is. Even, getting that notification of the violation, I didn't know that it was to this extent. I thought I could just replace my windows because they were damaged. I wouldn't have replaced them if I didn't need to replace them. I mean, I wouldn't take on an unnecessary expense just because.
Mr. Ellington, unfortunately, we can't take financial, your personal finances into consideration. That's not within our purview. Our purview is the actual structure itself.
I do
and
have.
given
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Given that the windows were replaced and they were not supposed to be replaced, why should we make an exception for you when we have to hold other applicants to the same standard as what's presented in our Historic District Commission standard book?
I think lack of an understanding of this as a lay person, right? You guys are in this on a regular basis, but as lay people who live in the community, who have little to no understanding of what it really means. My understanding was it being designated was just that the community it has a historic label. I didn't know that the architecture or the windows and doors themselves were subject to that. Ideally, this is just about function for me as a homeowner. I just want functional windows that, are energy efficient, windows and doors that are energy efficient and that protect me from, the elements. I think anyone else in my predicament would want the same thing, would want some sort of exception to be made. I think the standards, I don't understand honestly how you guys don't consider, cost. Cost is, we know that's the backbone of our civilization, our society itself. So when I hear that you don't consider cost, it's like, well, what about the people who live in the homes? I presented this, concept or thought to Elizabeth as well. And it seems like it's a disconnect between what you guys do and what the people in the community need. I just don't understand how no one that's not taken into consideration. And I'm curious as to how can that even be looked into? How can we change that?
Sure. So the interesting thing about your statement, Mr. Ellington, is that the way it's framed is it puts the commission on one side and the community on the other, when in fact, the community is the reason. The will of the community, the buy-in of the community, the work done by the community is why your community is a part of the Historic District Commission in the first place. So I want to reframe what you're saying as in us, because it's not us versus the community. The community, they wanted the Historic District Commission. They wanted the historic designation. And there was a lot of education that went into preparing the community to come on board. And actually, I think Christy can speak to this better than I can. Christy, will you share for the people listening what it takes for a community to become a part of the Historic District?
Sure. We have two representatives from McCrory Heights here, Commissioner Bell and Chair Hawkins, and they were instrumental in leading the process. But it is I think it took 2 years. You have to write a developmental history of the community. You have to get approval from the state, approval from this board. There was a lot of on the ground work by the residents. We did a tour. I know the residents went door to door with postcards. We sent postcard mailings. We held community meetings. Staff came to
many of the neighborhood community meetings, both before and since. Elizabeth goes to all of the McCrory Heights and Oakland Park community meetings. Jen goes to Plaza Midwood. Marilyn goes to Wesley Heights. Candace goes to Dilworth. So, we're very present in the community should, anyone need support. This is a zoning overlay. And so it's a really hard distinction because we do work on a much more personal level at the Historic District Commission than maybe the rezoning group does with other rezoning cases. So this is not a new thing we've heard from the community, but when something is a zoning requirement, zoning can't consider the economic cost to a person. They look at the hardship to the property. So if there was a hardship to the property, then, or a unique condition, we talk a lot about like, oh, there's a unique circumstance with this project or this lot or this, that, or the other, and that's why we can approve this project. But because it's zoning, everything's about the property and the house and the buildings. Our consideration isn't about, about the people, ultimately the people are who decided they wanted this, but because of state law and because of zoning laws, we just can't consider economics because it ultimately is a zoning overlay. But to your point, it is a zoning overlay that was requested from the neighborhood. And if you look at there was a lot of new construction that snuck in right before it became a district. You'll see it, some on Patton, some on Washington, some of these really, really large houses that don't fit with the character of the neighborhood. And I think that was partly why the community wanted this, because it's such a rich history, culturally, architecturally, the civil rights movement in Charlotte, and the community was really worried about it being decimated by, people who might not have that connection to the
Or that
neighborhood.
same appreciation for the history.
Correct.
How long did this process take?
Over 2 years.
Over 2 years. Mr. Ellington, how long have you owned the property?
A year. I wasn't in the community when the community was made historic, so I was unaware of that coming into it. And as I pointed out in my in the deck as well, like there are other homes. Even my neighbor has vinyl windows. So it's, again, I'm surprised by the extent of the idea that I have to maintain the original windows when they were damaged. And again, you mentioned, if the property if there's an issue with the property. So in this case, there is an issue with the property, even though I can't afford it. And the property itself, the windows were, again, damaged, which was causing water to enter the property, which is why I replaced them. I wouldn't have just replaced them just because. If I could have, salvaged them, I would have. And I want to go back to something as well. I understand the effort and work that was put in to make the community historic. But I've attended some community meetings, and we actually just last week there was a big issue about the Historic Commission, some of the challenges that some of the homeowners are facing. Not me. This wasn't even me. That they're facing when they're trying to get things done with the Historic Commission in the community, and some of the people who would be affected, some of the community members that would be affected by this change. And I understand, again, I understand history and why we want to preserve that history, but I don't think changing the windows changes the history of the community, right? The windows themselves, the home is still there. I'm not removing the home or doing anything to the exterior of the home that I think takes away from the community. And I've talked to other community members who like what the improvement that was made to the house. They actually, no one is saying, hey, this doesn't fit the style of community. People appreciate what I've done because the house was in such poor condition prior to me purchasing it. So even the community president, I even spoke to him about this, and he mentioned that as well. He doesn't agree with the idea that windows can't be replaced in this situation, or if someone has an issue with their window. Like, I think there should be some exceptions in the standards that allow for things like this, because this is not just for me. I think this is for the community in general. I don't think that the people completely understand what it takes if you have to go through something like this and the effort it takes to make changes to your home in the event of an emergency. That having to reach out to the Historic Commission to get this done it can put your property in jeopardy in these situations.
All right, sir. We have another question from Commissioner Lineberger.
Hi, Mr. Ellington. I just want to have some clarity on the timeline. So last July, I see pictures from code enforcement coming out July 18th of 2024 and took some photographs.
Yeah.
And they issued a stop work order. Can you walk me through what happened at that point?
Yeah, I was actually at that point, I was just replacing the forgive me for not knowing these construction terms. I think it's called the fascia, or that area that the mouse is. It was that area. I was just replacing it because it was damaged. Again, not knowing that this was something that would, because I was replacing it with the same thing. It's just wood. I was just replacing the wood because it was damaged, and they issued a stop work order. And I think I talked to Elizabeth or someone about this, and then I was able to continue working. And then, as I was going through the project, the windows and doors became an issue, and that's why that was done later on.
So you weren't replacing the windows at that point?
No.
So did you call the staff, or did you reach out to understand what that meant?
I did not. I connected with Elizabeth. I think Elizabeth and I may have communicated by email, and calling, and to be frank, calling you guys, calling the commission, or calling the staff, it's difficult to get someone on the phone. Like, I've called the staff before and I had difficulty getting someone on the phone. So, I've had to send an email and, communicated by email, but getting someone on the phone has been difficult. So yeah, it was, like I said, some email communication, I think, is the only thing that I had at that time.
So did you have a better understanding at that point, though, of what historic district meant?
I did not. Again, I did not. I really didn't. I did not know that this is what the outcome would be. Had I known, honestly, I wouldn't have bought the property. Hindsight being 2020, had I known, I wouldn't have bought the property, because the extent of this, it's baffling to me, honestly. It's hard to believe that, again, cost not being considered is just, I don't understand that. I'd like to figure out what we can do, because again, this is not just for me. I'm not the only person that's affected by this. I know, other people in other communities, Oaklawn being one, some of the newer communities. I've talked to other people who've been affected by the same thing, by not knowing, and then having this, kind of thrust upon them because they were unaware. I just don't understand it again.
So we have one other point I just want to make, and this is also for anyone listening to our review. We have 2 real estate agents on this commission, and I know that I feel confident that there is an extra document that's at closing that anyone moving into a historic district has to disclose or sign, that they're acknowledging.
It's not an extra document, but there is, it is a, what we call in the business, a material fact when you are a part of a historic district. So that is included in the information that you are receiving and signing off on, that this is a historic district. And thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Lineberger. Essentially, I don't know a good way to put this. other than to say, if you're moving into a historic district and you don't know, it's because you haven't read your information.
Yeah, I'll have to go back to look and see if that was something that I overlooked. But again, even knowing that it's historic and knowing what this process is two different things. So even if I had known, again, the process is what that's throwing me off, is this process of and again, me having it after the fact, I think is really the crux of it. Had I known prior to, it would have made it a lot easier for me. But I think it's just a process that is a bit, daunting when it comes to going through this.
Sure. And you're not alone. I mean, there are people who live in designated neighborhoods that have been designated for quite some time and for whatever reason don't know and don't find out until they are on this end of it. So hopefully this experience with you will help educate other people about it. But in the meantime, we have to deal with what we have right now. And so commissioners, do you have any other questions before we move on? Because we have to deal with the case at hand. All right, so we have two decisions to make. And the first one is.
Would you like to close for deliberation?
Sure, thank you.
Is a point?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Communication began in May of 2024, and there was a specific question about the windows being replaced in May 2024. And the email says that the windows would be the same as received from the applicant on May 13th, 2024. So, I just really think that needs clarified, that these conversations were had. It is unfortunate that this happened, but, we are here to help as staff members, and we try and provide as much handholding as possible, especially in our new districts. And we have ongoing conversations with all property owners that do reach out to us and provide as many resources and directions and support. I believe there was even some, direction provided about types of windows we can look at for additions, and that we can't approve the replacement of original windows. The other thing I'd like to add is that we look at original window replacement, and we've approved that before when we have the documentation that it is causing damage to a house or their windows are beyond repair. So these are things that the commission has approved in the past. I would also mention that if just keep in mind that anybody not here to speak on their own behalf, whether it's the president of the neighborhood association or other neighbors, that should all be considered hearsay, since this is quasi-judicial. So I don't know if there's anything Attorney Sanchez-Myers would like to add about that, but just as a gentle reminder to the commission about due process. So thanks.
Can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
As a resident of McCrory Heights and a member of the leadership team of the neighborhood association, I feel it would be remiss to not make sure that it is clear that at every single meeting, Elizabeth is there. At every meeting we say, don't do anything to the outside of your home without talking to anybody. Windows have been brought up multiple times. So
I'll add, I didn't attend the meeting until after my house was, until I had the violation. I literally had never attended a meeting until then. So I had no idea. And I'm not trying to put any of my neighbors, on blast or call them out. But I spoke to Sean after the fact, and I'm just saying what I was told. And in response to the idea of replacing the windows and having that notification earlier, yes, again, there was no intention of me to replace the windows at that time. Like when I initially had that conversation, I wasn't intended on replacing the windows. So didn't even think about that when the house, when I started having issues with the windows and I needed to replace them. It didn't dawn on me to go back and do that. I just was like, hey, I need to get these windows replaced as quickly as possible. And so I did. I just totally didn't think about it.
Thank you for taking responsibility for that, Mr. Ellington. We will close for deliberation now. I will say it's very important when you live in a historic district, A, that you attend your community association meeting so you're educated on what's happening. B, when you get a stop work order, that you find out what that's all about and make sure that you don't fall into further violation. And then I will add that the third point is that, or C, is that if you are buying a home and you don't know that you are moving into a historic district and what that means, then either you have not read the information or you have not been told. And if you have not been told, then I would seek legal help. But if you have been told it is included in your information, then in this case, ignorance is not bliss. Not knowing or not making sure that you get the information doesn't allow us to rule in your favor. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just want to make one more clarification. I think Christy hinted at this, but we have in our packet, we have a list of, we have the email exchanges. So on June 3rd of 2024, Jen Baer, one of our staff members, specifically asked, will there be any changes to anything on the exterior, like adding any windows or doors? She asked that on June 3rd of 2024, and the response was, no, there will be not be any exterior changes, and I'd like to withdraw the current application for the addition. So at that point, that's the point where it's right up there. I mean, she asked the question. And that was the hint that, yeah, if you're replacing the windows and doors, you need to talk to me. So I don't know how that could be any clearer, honestly. And
all right. I think we'll stop there. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. That was very insightful. All right. So decision one, we have to look at this as if it has not already happened. So now, Christy, do we need to split this up into two motions or?
Close? Are we closed?
We are closed for deliberation,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so what we would recommend is splitting it up, since, this is like one we saw previously, since they are proposing a very specific replacement, that you split it up into a motion one about removal of the original, and then a motion two about what they're looking to replace the vinyl with.
Okay.
It's all outlined starting on slide three, at the bottom where it says for decision one.
Okay. All right. So, commissioners, let's start with decision one. Any discussion about decision one, meaning what do we think about the removal of the original wood windows and doors? What do our standards say about that?
I have a motion.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
I make a motion that we deny the removal of original wood windows because it is incongruous with design standards for Windows 4.14, numbers 10, 17, and 19, and trim 411, numbers 1 through 4. And the removal of the original wood doors is incongruous with the design standards for front doors and entrances 410, numbers 1 and 2. The original 4x4 and 8x8 wood windows were replaced with 1x1 vinyl windows, and the original wood window casement trim and brick mold was removed and placed with vinyl. And the original wood entry door on the front and right elevation were replaced with fiberglass craftsman style doors.
All right. So motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-0. All right, now let's talk about the replacement windows and doors.
I make a motion to approve the proposed replacement of wood windows as they are not incongruous with design standards for Windows 4.14, numbers 14 through 21, and trim 411, numbers 2 through 4. And also for the door, because the proposed replacement wood door is not incongruous with design standards for doors 410, number 2. And the proposed windows are Tucker Classic Series 1100 full wood windows with the 5/8 inch putty buttons and will be in a 4x4 8x8 pattern to match the original windows. The new wood trim will match the previous wood trim that was removed when the vinyl windows were installed. And the proposed doors are full wood and will be mid-century style to match the architectural style of the house.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
I don't know if the applicant for the last. The applicant is not here for the last case. So without an applicant, I think we're done. So approved minutes.
Let the record show Commissioner
Oh.
Hawkins.
Oh, yeah. Announce yourself.
Let the record show that that Chairperson Hawkins has returned.
Okay. Well, since we like to make sure that the applicant's here to speak on cases and they have left the meeting. So with that, I would say that this would be on the June agenda.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Any minutes approvals? No.
Could someone sign up to read the April and May minutes?
I'll do
You want to do one? I'll do one. Want to do April, okay?
it. Sounds good.
Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Sullivan is April and Lineberger's May. Thank you. Oh, the only other announcement I have is that we have had a number of reappointments to the commission as of Monday night. Commissioner Holtz was serving a partial term, has been reappointed. Commissioner Wojcik has been reappointed for a second term, and so has Commissioner Brett. What's Brett's last name? Brett Taylor, Commissioner Taylor. I'm sorry, y'all. The brain has left the building. Okay, and then we also, the mayor has also appointed Emily Sowash to serve as the Wilmore rep. So I've reached out to her about doing orientation. Everybody who's already done orientation is official. Emily will do orientation and she probably won't be here next month, but hopefully soon. So with that.
Next meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, one more thing I forgot. We just want to give a round of applause for Commissioner Sullivan. He won a preservation award from the Charlotte Museum of History for the rehabilitation of his historic home.
He was all quiet about it.
Very much.
Cool is that?
I wouldn't have known about the, the award and applying it wasn't for Christie's announcement at the meeting, so I'm surprised.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I think we should request photos of his house to show at the next workshop.
Please.
Maybe?
And do.
Okay, please and thank you.
No, we got to close the meeting.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, all right. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 7:23 PM. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.